The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Deliver us, O Lord. We call on your name. Answer us. Remind us again that you are with us in times of trouble. You are our refuge and our strength. You will rescue us because you love us. And who can separate us from your love? In the face of hardship and hatred, famine and fear, with you alongside us, what can stand against us? Dare we say that neither death nor life, nor angels nor rulers, nor anything in the present nor in the future can stand in the way of your redeeming love? May we live this day convinced that trusting in you we will find safety and security. In the shadow of your outstretched arms we need not be afraid. Guard us then wherever we go. If we stumble, bear us up. Keep us from falling. When we walk into harm's way or when we find ourselves surrounded by that which would hurt us, keep us safe from all evil. In you, O Lord Most High, do we trust, and in your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, are invited to participate.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purposes, the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, requesting consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the success of the Warren Area High School robotics team, who have earned numerous awards this season. Earlier this month, the team competed in the Pennsylvania State Qualifier and were undefeated. The team earned 3 top awards: Tournament Champions, Skills Champions, and the Excellence Award. This season, the team won 3 awards at their first 3 competitions, and a historic achievement for the group. The students have qualified for the state tournament in March and have been invited to an additional national tournament, which will be held in Iowa. The team is working towards qualifying for the VEX Robotics World Championships, which is hosted in St. Louis this year. The team has qualified for the World Championships for 2 consecutive years. At the World Championship, participants are given the same materials to build a robot and must answer questions from a panel of judges. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the team on this historic achievement, and I wish them the best as they prepare for more tournaments this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to bid farewell to my floor director, the incomparable Ray Salazar. If you've had the privilege of serving in this chamber, you know what a gem, what a patriot, and what an indispensable pillar of this institution Ray is. You also know what a reliable friend and advisor he is, and you know what a loss his departure will be for the House of Representatives. From his time with Leader Hoyer to his years on my team, every time he stepped onto this floor, he has strengthened our institution, always leading with values and integrity, bringing a steady hand to his work, along with his encyclopedic knowledge of parliamentary procedure. Ray, I thank you for 13 years of extraordinary service. You are the model of what it means to be a public servant, waking up every day to work for the American people. We wish you all the best in your next chapter. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 year ago, Donald Trump was sworn in as the 47th president. Taking over a weakened country with a crumbling Biden economy, President Trump and Republicans have delivered lower costs, bigger paychecks, creating jobs. President Donald Trump signed the Working Families Tax Cut Act, which limits government, expands freedom, and provides for peace through strength. The law allows Americans to keep their own money, promises made, promises kept. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump, and mocking Trump. On the day that war criminal Putin invited envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to Moscow, Putin launched 33 missiles and 339 drones on civilian infrastructure to freeze Ukrainian families to death, repeating the Stalin famine of mass murder. Sadly, war criminal Putin continues aggression, violating all agreements as he tries to resurrect the failed Soviet Union. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to go on record standing beside my colleague, Congressman Pat Ryan, opposing plans by ICE to establish a facility in New York's Hudson Valley in the town of Chester, Orange County. The proposed site, currently an empty warehouse formerly used by the Pep Boys, is opposed by Republicans and Democrats of that area, including Republican County Executive Steve Newhouse, a U.S. Naval Reserve officer, and state and local officials from both sides of the aisle. The mission to warehouse large numbers of humans is the exact opposite of what the President and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem constantly proclaim: to root out the most dangerous thugs and criminals. In fact, ICE is targeting the least violent people in the greatest number, who pose minimal pushback with the real mission to scare all immigrants, legal or otherwise. America has existed for 250 years without mass detention centers, but apparently Noem and her cohorts plan for a different America to start the next 250 years, one where masked, unmarked agents seize people without judicial warrant, whisk them away to remote detention centers, en route to uncertain final destinations. When such things have been done in other countries, they are called pogroms and ethnic cleansing. This is not America. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this week marks the 53rd anniversary of Roe versus Wade, when the Supreme Court finally granted women the right to control their own reproductive health care. Tragically, in 2022, half a century of reproductive freedom was stripped away when the conservative majority in the court overturned Roe. Since then, we've seen extreme abortion bans enacted across the country, including in North Carolina. And today, Republicans at all levels of government are waging an all-out war on America's access to care, punishing health care, even pushing health care even further out of reach for millions of women. First, they took away our right to choose, then they took away our health care coverage. They came for our freedom, and then they came for our doctors and hospitals. Women deserve better, and Republicans deserve the blame. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday with my friend Congressman Steve Lynch, I visited Quincy Community Action Programs in Quincy, Massachusetts as part of my statewide End Hunger Now tour. We kicked off our visit with QCAP CEO Beth Ann Strollo and some of the young kids in their Head Start program enjoying healthy breakfasts of yogurt and berries. They were so enthusiastic. Later on, we heard from Ted Donnelly, who leads QCAP's food and nutrition programs at their Southwest Community Center. He spoke about the record-breaking number of people coming to the food pantry every month, especially when USDA let SNAP benefits lapse during the Republican shutdown. We also heard poignant stories from a few of QCAP's clients, Nisha, Mary Beth, Tanya, and Danielle. One noted that she would love to work more hours, but if she does, she'll lose all of her food benefits. Mr. Speaker, my visit to QCAP strengthened my resolve even more to fight back against the Trump administration's vicious attacks against our anti-hunger programs and end hunger now. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump's threats to invade Greenland have destroyed the world order. Prime Minister Carney, quoting Thucydides, has said that America is acting as if might makes right. He's invoking Václav Havel's call for resistance, not against authoritarian communism, but against the arrogance of America. Mr. Speaker, I'm ashamed for my country. I want Prime Minister Carney to know that there is a new generation in America that believes in a multiracial democracy that recognizes the sovereignty and self-determination of all nations. I want him to know that there's a new generation that believes in statesmanship, not subjugation. And I want him to know that there is a new generation that believes in Kant's vision of perpetual peace with free nations bounded by international law. Prime Minister Carney, leaders of the world, I ask for your patience and faith that this new generation prevails in the United States of America.
Members are directed to direct their comments to the chair. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Eastern North Carolina farmers are facing a crisis. Over the past few years, our farmers have been hit by a perfect storm of drought, soaring input costs, and growing trade uncertainty. When our farmers don't have a clear backup plan or real support, family farms and rural jobs are put at risk. Some say, Congressman, why do you talk about farmers so much? It's this simple. When farmers struggle, local businesses and entire communities feel the impact. And our state's agriculture economy faces a potential $1.9 billion hit if things don't improve. That economic hit would devastate our cotton, sweet potato, peanut, corn, and soybean farmers, tobacco growers, pork and poultry producers. We need bold, comprehensive action that lowers costs, expands market access, strengthens disaster recovery, addresses labor concerns, and stands up for our farm families. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1009 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 55, House Resolution 1009. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6945, to amend Part A of Title IV of the Social Security Act to clarify the authority of states to use funds for pregnancy centers and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-17 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or the respective designees into 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6359, to require institutions of higher education to disseminate information on the rights of and accommodations and resources for pregnant students and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or the respective designees into 1 motion to recommit. Section 3, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 140, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Public Land Order Number 7917 for withdrawal of federal lands, Cook Lake and St. Louis counties, Minnesota. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule. House Resolution 1009, providing for consideration of 3 measures. H.R. 6945, the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Ways and Means, or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. H.R. 6359, Pregnant Students' Rights Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. And H.J. Res. 140, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Public Land Order Number 7917 for withdrawal of federal lands, Cook, Lake, and St. Louis counties, Minnesota, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Natural Resources, or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, we're here today to debate a rule on 3 pieces of legislation, beginning with H.R. 6945, the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act. Mr. Speaker, across the country, pregnancy centers serve as a trusted community-based nonprofit that offer a wide range of material assistance and support, including pregnancy testing, prenatal education, parenting classes, ultrasounds, diapers, baby clothing, adoption referrals, and connections to housing and other services. In 2024 alone, these organizations assisted nearly 2 million individuals nationwide, Mr. Speaker. Despite their long-standing role in supporting families and advancing the core purpose of temporary assistance to needy families, a proposed rule under the previous administration raised uncertainty about whether states could continue partnering with pregnancy centers, even though these services clearly align with helping children remain in their homes and reducing dependence on government assistance. H.R. 6945 addresses that uncertainty by making clear that states may not be restricted from choosing to work with pregnancy centers, and that temporary assistance to needy family funds may be used for these services consistent with federal law. This bill does not mandate participation. Again, Mr. Speaker, this bill does not mandate participation, but instead preserves state flexibility and protects against future administrative overreach. At a time when families are facing rising costs and difficult choices, ensuring access to proven community resources matters. This legislation reinforces support for pregnant and parenting women, respects state decision-making, and strengthens efforts to help families thrive. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 6359, the Pregnant Students' Rights Act. Mr. Speaker, today's student population looks very different than it did decades ago. Nearly 1 in 5 undergraduate students are raising children while enrolled, yet many pregnant students remain unaware of the rights and accommodations already available to them under federal law. While Title IX clearly prohibits discrimination based on pregnancy and requires reasonable accommodations, those protections are only meaningful if students know they exist and understand how to access them. Too often, that information is buried, inconsistently shared, or not communicated at all. H.R. 6359 takes a straightforward approach by requiring colleges and universities that receive federal student aid to clearly disseminate information regarding pregnant students' rights, available accommodations, as well as both on-campus and community resources. This bill also ensures students know how to file a Title IX complaint if those rights are violated. This legislation does not expand federal authority or create new rights. Instead, it promotes transparency, consistency, and accountability so that pregnant students can remain enrolled, complete their education, and plan for their futures. By reinforcing access to information and respecting existing law, H.R. 6359 supports students, families, and institutions alike. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the rule provides for the consideration of H.J. Res. 140, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Public Land Order Number 7917 for withdrawal of federal lands, Cook, Lake, and St. Louis counties, Minnesota. The Duluth Complex is home to one of the largest undeveloped mineral reserves in the world. It contains roughly 8 billion tons, Mr. Speaker, 8 billion tons of copper and nickel, in addition to cobalt and platinum. It is the world's second largest copper deposit and the world's third largest nickel deposit. Currently, China controls approximately 60% of global critical mineral production, and we've seen them use their control over the industry as a bargaining chip. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that increasing domestic production of critical minerals is vital for America's economic and national security. However, in 2023, the Biden administration issued PLO 7917, which withdrew 225,504 acres from mineral development in the Superior National Forest. This PLO locked these reserves for 20 years and prematurely ended the permitting process. H.J. Res. 140 is simple. It permanently ends this irresponsible withdrawal and allows a transparent process to potentially develop minerals in the Duluth Complex to move forward. As my friend and colleague from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, the sponsor of this bill, stated in the Rules Committee last night, this legislation doesn't greenlight mining in the Duluth Complex. It reverses the Biden administration's mineral ban in the area and allows companies to continue to compete while following federal permitting and environmental processes. Again, they will continue to follow federal permitting and environmental process. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to consideration of these pieces of legislation. I urge passage of this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Georgia for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we had plenty of time last night in the Rules Committee to debate these awful, lousy bills. H.R. 6945, H.R. 6359, and H.J. Res. 140. I encourage everyone to look them up. Don't take my word for it. Two of these bills are about misleading pregnant women to stop them from making decisions about their own bodies. This is all part of the Republicans' war on women, and these bills are aimed to please anti-choice protesters who are flying into Washington this week. The third is about making it easier for a foreign mining company to dump pollution into a pristine wilderness recreation area in Minnesota. And all of these bills are being brought to the floor under completely closed rules. No amendments, limited debate, no nothing. I won't waste more time on these terrible bills. They are just more of the same stupid garbage that this majority has brought to the floor time and time again. But what I do want to highlight, Mr. Speaker, is that this week marks 1 year since Donald Trump was sworn in as President of the United States. Republicans have had total control of the entire federal government, the House, the Senate, and the White House for over a year. Yet still, after an entire year in charge, Republicans continue to point the finger at Democrats rather than take responsibility for their own embarrassing failures and broken promises. Republicans and Trump ran on fighting for working people, but every single day they have governed on behalf of billionaires and corporate donors. Now let's take a look at some of these broken promises. Donald Trump said he would put America first. He has not. What he has done is given a $40 billion loan to Argentina. He stabbed American ranchers in the back, proposing that we import beef from South America. He threw a fancy party at the White House for a Saudi prince that murdered an American journalist, but he has not put America first. He also promised no more endless wars. Give me a break. He renamed the Pentagon the Department of War. Last year, he bombed Iran, Iraq, Nigeria, Somalia, Syria, and Yemen. He bombed Venezuela and now says that we are running the country, whatever the hell that means. And he's threatening to take an autonomous territory from Denmark, a NATO ally. Well, let's go over another failure. Donald Trump promised ICE would only deport the worst of the worst. Guess what? Not true. ICE agents are terrorizing not just immigrants, but U.S. citizens, sowing chaos, murdering an unarmed American mom in broad daylight, and deporting veterans and asylum seekers who are here legally. Another campaign promise. Donald Trump said he would lower prices on day one. Oh my God, Mr. Speaker. Has anyone in this administration gone shopping? Now, let me say this as someone who buys his own groceries in Worcester, Massachusetts. Prices are not only high, they're going up even more because of Trump's reckless tariffs. And gas, remember when Trump bragged about how he would get gas down to $2 a gallon? It's $3 a gallon down the street from my house. Now, let's keep going down the list. Trump said he would get drugs off our streets and put criminals in jail. Give me a break. He pardoned the guy who created the dark web market that smuggled in tons of fentanyl. Then he pardoned the Honduran ex-president convicted of trafficking tons and tons of cocaine into the United States. And let's not forget, he pardoned all of the January 6th rioters, many of whom have since gone on to reoffend with illegal gun possession and committing child sex crimes after Donald Trump let them out of jail. Then, of course, we have the promise that Trump would, quote, replace Obamacare with something better. Instead of something better, Republicans let the enhanced ACA tax credits expire at the end of 2025, which means now people are paying more. Tens of thousands of people in Massachusetts alone have now dropped coverage, meaning they have no insurance at all. Republicans don't have a plan to replace Obamacare. They never have. And 15 years later, I'm starting to think that they never will. Now, another thing that Donald Trump promised, no corruption and full transparency. Remember that promise? Seriously, how much money does one family need to make off the presidency before Republicans admit it's corruption? The Trump family has gotten nearly $4 billion richer since he took office last year. How much can one family treat the presidency like a piggy bank before Republicans finally step up and do something about it? Why is his ballroom being funded by billionaire donors? What are they looking for? And what about the Epstein files? There's been no transparency there. We had to force a vote in Congress, and he reluctantly signed the bill, and he still hasn't released all the files. Less than 1% of the files have been released. What the hell is taking so long? What is he so afraid of? What is he hiding? And it's been clear to me since day one that one of Donald Trump's, it's been clear to me from day one what Donald Trump's disgraceful presidency has been all about. Look at who was in the front row of his inauguration. All billionaires. His Treasury Secretary, a billionaire. His Education Secretary, a billionaire. His entire cabinet, Health and Human Services, Energy, Interior, all led by billionaires. These people don't shop for themselves, or they don't worry about paying rent. They don't care about us. Trump said he would drain the swamp. What a bunch of BS. He moved the swamp into the Lincoln bedroom, for God's sake. So the bottom line is simple. Republicans, have not done he has not done a single damn thing that he promised to do. And not only have they failed catastrophically. And look no further than the bills on the floor today. Nothing for workers, nothing to lower grocery prices, nothing to take on price gouging, nothing to bring down rent, nothing to help people buy a home, nothing to lower prescription drug costs, nothing to raise wages, nothing to strengthen workplace protections, nothing to create jobs. Just culture war garbage and corporate giveaways. That's all the GOP knows how to do. And after 1 year of total power, there is nobody else to blame. This is the Republican record, and it is awful. This is Donald Trump's economy, and it sucks. And the people back home see it. They feel it. They're living it. They see who keeps getting help and who keeps getting hurt. They see the billionaires cashing out while working families get squeezed. The Republican Party has had a year, and the American people have had enough. I urge a no vote on the rule, and I reserve my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I yield 2.5 minutes to Mr. Boss, I would like to say that by my count, I think my colleague blamed Donald Trump 14 times for the things that the Democratic Party did before he got elected. Gas is very close to $2 a gallon in Tifton, Georgia. And I think it costs a lot less for gasoline in most Republican states than it does Democrat states right now because of the Democrats, charging more and more taxes on their citizens. As for the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare that y'all take so much credit for and are so proud of the way you wrote it, the benefactors of that legislation, the large insurance company CEOs, are actually going to be on the Hill this week and will get to be questioned. I hope you'll question them fairly hard, but I did bring one of my bills because I expected you to say that. Charge is $546.53. The insurance carrier discount, $509.93. Insurance paid $0. Nothing. Not one dime. I paid $36.60. Now, if you wanted to fix it for the American citizens, the question is, why was it even a $500 charge if the fair value is $36? Republicans are trying to work to fix that. Unfortunately, we can't get a single Democratic vote for a piece of health care legislation that will actually work for all of the American citizens. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2.5 minutes to my friend from Illinois, Mr. Bost, the chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, Friday is the March for Life. It's a moment for compassion, common sense, and a commitment to our most vulnerable. That's why I rise today in strong support of the pro-life bills included in this rule, including safeguarding funding for Pregnancy Resource Centers Act and the Pregnant Students Act, Rights Act. These bills are about something very simple: protecting the dignity of the unborn and meeting very real needs of mothers and families. Pregnancy Resource Centers offer counseling, medical services, parenting resources, and support systems through some of the most difficult moments that a mother can face. They should never be targeted to be defunded because they protect life. At the same time, no woman should be forced to choose between continuing her education or continuing her pregnancy. Women who choose life should be supported, encouraged, and empowered, not pushed aside or told that their dreams for the future don't matter. I've always been proud to stand for life, and that commitment has guided my work, not only here in Congress, but my work as a state legislator, and my wife and I's work in making sure that we put our money where our mouth is in supporting young women who find themselves in a situation with a pregnancy out of wedlock. Being pro-life is about doing things more than just talking about it. It means standing up for life at every stage and backing it up with actions. This Friday, this mall out here will be packed with powerful demonstrations of the sanctity of life. It's important that People's House meets that moment. We should be unafraid to say that every life has value and that mothers deserve our support, not our silence. I urge my colleagues to support this rule and these pro-life, pro-family priorities. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to correct the record on something. Donald Trump promised he'd lower gas prices to $2 a gallon. And I just did Google Maps and looked at the price of gas in the gentleman's district. It's like $2.80. That's a far cry from $2. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question. I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, the Women's Health Protection Act, to restore the rights of women to an abortion nationwide and undo extremist abortion bans in states across the country. Mr. Speaker, since the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision, 13 states have imposed complete complete abortion bans, and many more have imposed extremely short time frames to get an abortion, endangering women, threatening doctors with criminal prosecution, giving politicians in state capitol buildings extreme power over personal medical decisions and fundamental freedoms. And the bills in this rule are part of that dangerous trend. One bill actually diverts federal TANF funds meant for low-income families to fund so-called crisis pregnancy centers, which provide pregnant women, oftentimes with fake medical advice, with the goal of dissuading them from accessing contraception or abortion care. Republicans aren't providing more funding for TANF. God forbid they do that. Giving this money away to these fake medical clinics is stealing money from low-income families who need real help. And the damage these fake pregnancy centers do isn't theoretical. In my district, a woman was told by one of these centers that she had a viable pregnancy. But as time went on, she continued to feel sharp pains, she went to a real doctor and was diagnosed with an ectopic pregnancy that threatened her life and resulted in an emergency surgery. She will have lifelong complications. If she had gotten actual medical care earlier, she could have gotten the treatment she needed before it was too late. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so we can bring up a bill that will actually protect women and allow them to access the full suite of reproductive care options. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, right now, millions of Americans are struggling to afford health care. Millions of new and expecting mothers are seeing their premiums skyrocket, and they are being forced to go without health insurance. And across this country, countless women are being forced to flee their states for life-saving abortion care, while too many others have suffered or died waiting for care that should never have been denied. But the legislation this body is considering today does nothing to address these real crises. Instead, it diverts scarce federal anti-poverty dollars, TANF dollars, away from struggling families and towards so-called crisis pregnancy centers that exist to shame, mislead, and delay women from accessing abortion care. This bill does nothing to lower health care costs. It does nothing to help families afford prenatal care, childbirth, or postpartum care. It does nothing to address the deadly consequences of extreme Republican abortion bans that are forcing women to delay care and risk their lives. If we defeat the previous question on this rule, my Democratic colleagues and I will offer my bill, the Women's Health Protection Act, or WIPA. WIPA is the federal solution to the extremist Supreme Court's decision to strike down Roe versus Wade. It would restore the right for everyone, no matter what state you live in, no matter what your zip code, to receive abortion care. And in a world where doctors are being threatened with prison time for doing their jobs, it will protect providers who are simply trying to save lives. This is the legislation this body should be considering today. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so we can bring up this important legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to my friend from Colorado, Mr. Crank.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and can't help but notice as some of my colleagues talk about whether or not someone's a real doctor. I don't understand why showing a patient an ultrasound, that they're somehow not a real doctor. Giving them all of the information and letting a woman make a decision, somehow that's not celebrated here. Wouldn't, if we were really for life, wouldn't we be excited that a woman looked at that ultrasound and said, you know what, I've decided I want to have that baby. But that's not a choice everyone in this body wants that woman to make. They want them to make a different choice for some reason. And I'm here today to support the pregnancy centers across America, including Life Network in my home of Colorado Springs, Colorado. Pregnancy centers offer hope and they offer opportunity, promote life, and giving necessary and life-saving resources to struggling mothers and fathers. And it's these very pregnancy centers whose only focus is for the enrichment and support of these often unexpectant parents who are the target of a punitive and distasteful action by the previous administration. And in Colorado's 5th Congressional District alone, Life Network has served almost 3,900 patients, providing high-quality pregnancy tests, ultrasounds, early pregnancy care, and more for free to anyone who walks through their door. This is just the impact in my district, and I know that the presence of similar pregnancy centers across the country is providing hope and support to thousands of parents each day. Funding for these mothers and fathers, many of whom are underserved, should never be politically taken away. I want to thank Congresswoman Fishbach for introducing the Support Pregnancy and Parenting Act, Women and Families Act, which I strongly support to provide a statutory protection for pregnancy centers under the Temporary Assistance for Needy Family programs. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is
Yeah, I would
recognized.
just say to the gentleman who just spoke, some of us had different experiences. In my district, a woman almost died from one of these crisis pregnancy centers because she got bad advice from a quack. And so don't lecture us about our dedication to making sure that women are not only presented all options, but treated by people that are actually qualified. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, you know, this week marks the 52nd anniversary of Roe v. Wade, a decision that allowed women to make their own decisions about what to do with their bodies without the interference of politicians, allowed women to make those decisions in consultation with their own faith, their own doctor, and the people that they love. And Roe v. Wade proved that when women have that freedom to make our own healthcare decisions, we live healthier, fuller lives. Sadly, after Roe was overturned, 22 states implemented full or partial abortion bans, and we've seen women bleed to death or become infertile after the onset of sepsis because they couldn't get care for miscarriages or other pregnancy-related complications. House Republicans today are joining the effort to limit women's access to full reproductive health care and information. Instead of acting to lower health care costs, we are in a health care crisis. Instead of addressing the affordability crisis, they're trying to pass laws to siphon funds away from needy families and offer a skewed vision of what a pregnant student should hear from her university. Republicans are using this moment to remind us just how little they respect women's lives, our health, or our choices. As chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, I know that pregnancy can be joyful. As a woman who almost died on an operating table when I was pregnant, I also know how complicated pregnancies can be. And that's why I am so mad about these bills. Republicans' so-called Pregnant Students' Rights Act pretends to help pregnant students, but it provides no child care, no diapers, no formula, no housing, nothing pregnant students actually need. What it does do is control. Republicans seem to be always about controlling women, controlling people in their doctor's offices. It is about control, requiring schools to tell students about carrying a pregnancy to term, but not about what resources might be available for miscarriage, not about abortion, not about the full range of medical care that they might need to access. If a doctor only tells you about one treatment option, which might not be the best for you, that would be malpractice. Here on the House floor, it's called Republicans' priorities. Then we get the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act, another nice name. Another ugly attack on women. This bill allows red states to siphon cash assistance meant for food, rent, and childcare into unregulated crisis pregnancy centers, places that masquerade as medical clinics, spread information, delay care, and shame women who may have to
Gentlewoman's
choose
time's
an
expired.
abortion.
An additional 1 minute to the gentleman.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
What's worse, their bill blocks the federal government from monitoring state use of TANF dollars for those anti-abortion clinics. They don't want accountability on those clinics. So let me tell you, don't lecture us about race, fraud, and abuse when you refuse to monitor anti-abortion clinics and when you stay silent when Trump pardons over 44 people convicted of fraud. That's a conviction of fraud, not just a suggestion. I urge my colleagues to oppose this rule, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I did take, while the gentle lady was speaking, just a second to pull up a couple of things on gas prices since they're blaming President Trump for it. And you are correct. In Worcester, the gas price is $2.91 a gallon on average. Oklahoma, it's $2.21. Wyoming, it's $2.22. Texas, it's $2.23. And Georgia, it's about the same thing. You know what the difference is? We all have Republican governors, and so our Republican governors are working to lower the cost of energy, and the Democrat governors are obviously keeping energy prices high and blaming the president for that. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
It's interesting that so now the gentleman is blaming the governors and not Biden, but I don't even know where the hell Worcester is. I never heard of that place. It's certainly not Massachusetts. So in any event, Mr. Speaker, while this chamber is wasting more time on yet more messaging bills, a real crisis is unfolding in plain sight. Our allies are preparing for a possible military conflict with the United States. Let me repeat that again. Our closest allies, our partners in freedom and peace for decades, are reinforcing their territory because the President of the United States has plunged us into the greatest transatlantic crisis in a generation. Now, are we supposed to be relieved by the fact that finally, after a week of chaos, he said he won't use force? Is that supposed to somehow comfort us? I don't really feel very comforted because these are the same people who told us they wouldn't invade Venezuela the week before they invaded Venezuela. And let me remind everyone how this started. Last weekend, Donald Trump sent a message to Norway's prime minister. And I want the president's words in the record because the American people deserve to hear them. Quote, "Dear Jonas, considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace," end quote. Now let's listen to that again because he didn't get the prize. The President of the United States says he no longer feels obligated to think of peace. And then he pivots from grievance to threat, saying that he wants, quote, "total and complete control of Greenland," end quote. That's nuts. Again, this is truly crazy. This is the President of the United States talking about a NATO ally the way that Putin talked about Crimea before he invaded Ukraine. Quote, "If we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way," end quote. Again, that's not a Putin quote. It's a Trump quote. You can hardly tell the damn difference anymore. Wake up, America. Are any of my friends on the other side of the aisle going to step up and put an end to this insanity? Or are we all just going to shrug it off and move on? The president's own words show he is living in a different reality. He told the New York Times that acquiring Greenland is psychologically important to him. Not to the United States, but to him personally. And by the way, just so we are all on the same page, the U.S. does not need to invade Greenland to protect America. We already have a U.S. military presence there, and Denmark has basically said that they're happy to partner with us even further because our militaries already work very closely to make sure that Russia or China doesn't gain a foothold in the Arctic. So his own justification is total BS. Threatening to annex Greenland actually makes us less safe. And if we wanted to stand up to Russia, I can think of a really easy way to do that so that doesn't involve invading a NATO ally. No, no, no. In no way is this about national security or defending the Arctic. It's a cover story. This is about a thin-skinned, petty man throwing a global tantrum because he didn't get the prize he thinks he deserves. And through all of this, barely a peep from most Republicans, not a whisper. Imagine if this were a Democratic president. They'd be up in arms. We'd have investigations and subpoenas, and it would be a national scandal. But we're hearing nothing from Republicans because they're in a cult. So I'll say what they won't. None of this is normal. This is not a joke. This is not something Republicans can shrug off or turn away from. This president is threatening a NATO ally in writing, and the world is responding. European allies have begun sending troops to Greenland to protect it from an American invasion. Canada has signaled that such an invasion would activate Article 5, meaning our allies would be obligated to take military action against us. Record-setting protests are taking place in Greenland and in Denmark because they have no interest in being taken over by Trump. And instead of de-escalating, Trump is ramping up tariffs, threats, blackmail, trying to bully our allies into letting him grab territory. And you know what the kicker is to all of this? Working people will pay the price for Trump's little temper tantrum. When you blow up alliances, you don't just blow up diplomacy, you blow up supply chains, you blow up markets, you blow up global stability. And it's never the billionaires who eat the cost. It's families, it's farmers, it's workers, it's regular people. Maybe that's why 91% of Americans think taking over Greenland is a stupid idea. But here's the bottom line. China benefits when America alienates Europe. Russia benefits when NATO is weakened and distracted. Every authoritarian on earth benefits when the President of the United States starts acting like a two-bit tyrant. And let me just end on this. The world where America invades Greenland is a horrible, horrible world. It is a world with no moral compass, a world with no North Star towards liberty and justice, a world where China, Russia, and America conspire together to subvert freedom, democracy, and peace. It's a world I don't want to live in, but it's the world that will come to be if we allow this president to do what he says he wants to do. So my message to our allies is simple. Do not mistake this president for the American people. Stand up to him. Do not appease him. And know that there are Americans and there are members of Congress who will stand with you in defense of democracy, alliances, and the rule of law. And my message to House Republicans is even more simple. It's time to take the car keys from Grandpa. Stop worshiping this president. Stop acting like you're in a cult. Grow a spine, and for once in your lives, cut the BS and do something to stop him. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is reminded again to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, might I inquire as to how much time is left?
The gentleman from Georgia has 17 and a half minutes remaining.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want everybody to take a deep breath. And I want you to know Donald Trump nor the United States is going to invade Greenland. It's not going to happen. It's just not. Now, Russia might invade it, and China might invade it. And as far as Canada and the NATO alliance goes, I just got to tell you, you know, Canada committed to buy something like 90 F-35s. You know how many they actually purchased? Less than 20. Canada's national security strategy is pick up the phone and call Donald Trump to protect us. Donald Trump has done the right thing by making NATO and our partners stand up and acknowledge that they don't have the defenses in place that they need. And while some people might not want to believe it, I'll tell you one that does. Mark Rutte, NATO chief, praises Trump at Davos, says he forced Europe to step up on defense. Now, this is the head of NATO. Head of NATO. A couple of comments about President Trump. I'm not popular with you now because I'm defending Donald Trump, but I really believe you can be happy that he is there because he has forced us in Europe to step up to face the consequences that we have to take care of more of our own defense. Rudy said Wednesday in remarks at Davos, Switzerland. No way without Donald Trump this would never have happened. We're all on 2% now. We went on during a panel at the World Economic Forum. I'm absolutely convinced without Donald Trump, you would not have taken those decisions, and they are crucial, particularly for the European and Canadian side of NATO, to really grow up. Grow up. This is the head of NATO saying this about NATO in the post-Cold World era. The Americans still have over 80,000 soldiers in Europe, including in Poland and Germany, so they are still heavily invested in European defense. And yes, they have to pivot more towards Asia, so it is only logical for them to expect us, Europe, to step up over time. Well, let me tell you, Donald Trump doesn't have any plans to invade Greenland, but the Russians do. The Russians do. And if NATO is not willing to do what it takes to defend Greenland, then the United States should. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my friend from North Carolina, Mr. McDowell.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of two common-sense, pro-family bills before the House today. This week, as thousands gather in Washington for the March for Life, we are reminded that being pro-life means standing with mothers, children, and families. The Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act allows states to better partner with pregnancy centers who are providing real help to new mothers taking the journey that is parenthood. These centers are a pillar for nearly 2 million families every year, making it easier to provide and foster a loving bond throughout communities, just like mine in North Carolina. No longer will political discrimination keep compassion at the doorway. No longer will bureaucrats in Washington prevent pregnant mothers from accessing services and assistance from faith-based pregnancy centers, which help their families grow and thrive. Mr. Speaker, we need to be a country that affirms life. In tandem, the Pregnant Students' Rights Act communicates a simple truth to young women. The birth of your child is not an ultimatum of choosing to grow your family or continuing your education. If you're a young woman who gets pregnant and is getting your education, this bill strengthens Title IX protections to make sure your school clearly informs you of your rights and ensures accountability if those rights are violated. For too long, young women have felt isolated, pressured, and unsupported. That's unacceptable and it needs to stop. Mr. Speaker, these bills reflect what the pro-life movement has always stood for: dignity, opportunity, and hope. I urge my colleagues to support the rule and support these families and stand on the side of life. With that, I yield back.
I reserve. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's incredible to be lectured by people who claim they're pro-life, but who vote to take food away from hungry kids in this country, who vote to cut SNAP by $200 billion in the big ugly bill, who vote to cut Medicaid by $1 trillion in the big ugly bill. It really is incredible. Takes my breath away. Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought maybe I was in the wrong place when I heard the debate when I walked in today, but I do want to add, thank you, Ranking Member McGovern, for yielding, that I agree it is not pro-life to cut services to families, to make childcare more expensive. It is anti-choice, these bills. I rise today in opposition to these two deceptively titled bills. H.R. 6945, the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act, which allows Health and Human Services funds to be sent to crisis pregnancy centers, and H.R. 6359, the Pregnant Students' Rights Act, which unfairly limits the information it requires colleges to provide to students and the students it chooses to support. Most crisis pregnancy centers are sham organizations. They have a sole purpose of advancing an anti-choice agenda. They routinely engage in deceptive advertising to get people in the doors, hold themselves out as medical clinics, and then use blatant misinformation about the services they provide. For example, a pregnancy resource center in Pennsylvania told a pregnant woman that she had a miscarriage. So she left and then later was still experiencing pregnancy symptoms, so she went to a real doctor who told her she still had a viable pregnancy. This deception is wrong on so many levels, and these centers should be held accountable not receiving government funds. And I introduced the Stop Anti-Abortion Disinformation Act to prohibit that unfair or deceptive advertising about abortion services and services that crisis pregnancy centers do and do not offer. Also, pregnant students deserve access to medically accurate, comprehensive family planning resources and a full range of reproductive health care options. Yet the Pregnant Students' Rights Act only requires colleges to provide information about carrying a child to term. I offered an amendment to this bill that would have colleges also provide comprehensive medically accurate information to students, but my Republican colleagues rejected it. Deciding whether and when to have a child is a deeply personal, if I could have
Another 30 seconds.
Thank you. Deciding whether and when to have a child is a deeply personal decision. It should not be made by politicians, and it certainly should not be made by anti-choice extremists. The biased anti-choice efforts underpinning these two bills will make it harder for students to make informed decisions about what is best for them, and again, they are the ones who should be making these decisions. Promoting partisan legislation that fails to address the full health care needs of students does not lead to academic success. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing these bills and reject H.R. 6359 and H.R. 6945, and instead stand up for those who are making that personal decision themselves, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I know a lot of people that work in these centers. They're honest, dedicated, hardworking people who care about the pregnant mothers and the unborn children, and I think that the attacks on them are unfounded, unwarranted, and unprofessional. I have no further speakers on the rule. I might inquire if the gentleman from Worcestershire is ready to close.
We're going to have
It's
to
not my
work.
fault you spell it wrong.
Worcester. In any event, I have no further speakers, and so I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is
I
recognized.
yield myself the remaining time.
No objection.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, first of all, let's be clear. All these crummy bills that are coming to the floor today are under completely closed rules. The gentlelady who just spoke was, her amendment was blocked from being debated and voted on the House floor by my Republican colleagues. Everything is just closed, their way or the highway, and it's a terrible, terrible pattern that has developed here. But, Mr. Speaker, after 1 year of total Republican control, there is nowhere left to hide. Republicans ran on helping working people. They ran on lowering costs. They ran on grocery prices and rent. And what did they do? They delivered all right for billionaires and big donors. If Wall Street wanted a tax break, it got done in a nanosecond. If Amazon wanted another loophole, it materialized out of thin air. If Big Oil wanted another permit, they rolled out the red carpet. If Big Pharma wanted to rip people off, Republicans looked the other way. That's how things have worked around here for the last year. Never a problem paying for tax breaks for billionaires, but somehow when everyday people needed help, Republicans were nowhere to be found. They cut food assistance, cut Medicaid, cut help for regular people. They stole from those with the least to give more to those with the most. And I am so sick of the excuses. For a year, we've heard Republicans blame everyone but themselves. Blame Biden, blame Democrats, blame George Soros, blame the Clintons, blame Kamala Harris, blame the blue states, blame the media, blame fill in the blank. Here's a thought, Mr. Speaker. Why don't you guys blame yourselves? You control the House, the Senate, and the White House. You are in charge. You set the schedule. You control the government. You have been in power for an entire year. And if you're still blaming someone else, that's really not a strategy. It's a confession. And as much as you guys might need a priest, I'm not here to offer forgiveness or absolution. I'm here to demand accountability. Republicans need to take ownership of your pathetic, incompetent, disastrous inability to deliver on anything you said you would. And I urge a no vote on this rule, a no vote on the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair, and the gentleman from Massachusetts yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, after listening to that, I can't help but go back to when 99% of Republicans voted to keep the government open just a couple of months ago, and 100% of Democrats voted to shut it down. How the Democrats were running around saying, see, look what the Republicans did. I mean, it's a totally false narrative. It's a totally false narrative. Mr. Speaker, this week, the House can advance 3 simple pieces of legislation under this rule. H.R. 6945, the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act, which addresses uncertainty and makes clear that states may not be restricted from choosing to work with pregnancy centers that TANF fund and that TANF funds may be used for these services consistent with federal law. This is not a mandate. Speaker, we're not saying the states have to do this. H.R. 6359, the Pregnant Students' Rights Act, which requires colleges and universities that receive federal student aid to clearly disseminate information regarding pregnant students' rights, available accommodations, and both on campus and community resources. And H.J. Res. 140, which rescinds the Biden administration's mineral ban on almost 250,000 acres in the Superior National Forest and allows a transparent process to develop the minerals in the Duluth complex to move forward. Mr. Speaker, all 3 of these measures are worthy of support, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. I yield back the balance of my time and move to the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
The gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for the yeas and nays and a hearing aid.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to the Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1009 and adoption of House Resolution 1009, if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1009, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 55, House Resolution 1009, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6945 to amend Part A of Title IV of the Social Security Act to clarify the authority of states to use funds for pregnancy centers and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6359 to require institutions of higher education to disseminate information of the rights of and accommodations and resources for pregnant students and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 140, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Public Land Order Number 7917 for withdrawal of federal lands, Cook Lake, and St. Louis counties, Minnesota.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212 and the nays are 210. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213 and the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. You can't do it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1009, I call up the bill H.R. 6945, the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6945, a bill to amend Part A of Title IV of the Social Security Act to clarify the authority of states to use funds for pregnancy centers and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1009, the amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 11917 is adopted and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in favor of the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act, led by Representative Fischbach. What this bill does is really pretty simple. It ensures states will be able to continue to use TANF funds for pregnancy resource centers and the maternal care they provide to pregnant women and moms. That's it, Mr. Speaker. Pregnancy resource centers offered material support and care to over 2 million women at more than 2,700 locations in 2024 alone, including diapers, prenatal vitamins, parenting classes, transportation, just to name a few of the many services provided to these mothers. These services meet the core purposes of TANF. Yet the Biden administration proposed a regulation to discriminate against the pro-life mission of pregnancy resource centers by forbidding states from using TANF funds for these centers. It was a deliberate attempt to sidestep the law to achieve a partisan political agenda. Nothing, Mr. Speaker, in the TANF statute gave the Biden administration or any other future administration the ability to target pregnancy resource centers. Following pressure from the Ways and Means Committee and this chamber, the Biden administration withdrew the rule in its final days. Think of what would have happened to maternal care in this country. One of the few places women can get care and support would have been closed. In my home state of Missouri, 3 out of every $4 the state gives to pregnancy resource centers comes from TANF. But it's not just Missouri. Women in other states would have had fewer choice for their own care. That's why we are passing this bill to give pregnant women and moms a choice about where they received maternal care, to stop any future administration from taking the same action as the Biden White House. Democrats will talk until they're blue in the face, Mr. Speaker, about a woman's right to choose, but they oppose this bill, which is all about empowering women to make their own choices. Why is that, Mr. Speaker? Simply because it doesn't align with their political agenda. The hypocrisy is absolutely stunning, Mr. Speaker. Democrats only believe in choice when it's the choice that their party would make. Republicans are on the side of pregnant women, moms, and children who choose to get the help they need at one of these centers. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as families across the country are being crushed by rising costs and stripped of their health care, it's shameful that Republicans have chosen to bring a bill to the floor that does nothing to address these crises for pregnant women and families. Instead, the bill before us today would allow temporary assistance for needy family, or TANF dollars, to be used to fund so-called crisis pregnancy centers that have a proven track record of intentionally lying to, misleading, and endangering women. And it is no coincidence that this bill is being rushed to the floor this week as Republicans once again prioritize appeasing a national anti-abortion group in town for its annual rally instead of addressing the real crises facing American families. I want to paint a picture as to what happens to a young woman who suspects that she may be pregnant. She has a mix of emotions. She may have overwhelming fear and anxiety, especially if she has few resources. So she goes to what she thinks is a medical center or clinic, and it's called a pregnancy center of some sort. When she gets there, she's greeted so warmly with open arms. There are people in white coats who she assumes are medical professionals. They tell her she can get so many things for free: pregnancy tests, ultrasounds, pregnancy counseling, and after the birth, even free diapers and formula. It all sounds so wonderful to this woman that she says, "Sign me up." But they don't tell this woman that in order to get these free services, she has to first sit through an ideological or religious indoctrination session in which all the reasons to not have an abortion are given. They don't tell her that the person administering the ultrasound has no medical credential, and in fact, this is not an official ultrasound, and she could be misdiagnosed. They don't tell her that half the personnel in the so-called clinic have no medical credential at all, and therefore are not equipped to advise on any medical complications such as an ectopic pregnancy. They don't tell her that this is not a medical clinic at all. In fact, because it is not, this woman's privacy is not protected, and her information could be shared with the public. The real world of the crisis pregnancy centers is exemplified by an OBGYN in Iowa who's seen patients who visited these centers and were told that using contraceptives was the same as having an abortion. She's seen patients who suffered miscarriages and ectopic pregnancies because they were misdiagnosed by these anti-abortion centers. These women were told that their pregnancies were in the early stages or that they were experiencing normal amounts of pain because these staff members that they saw were not actual qualified medical professionals. As a result, these women ended up in the hospital needing emergency care and surgery to save their lives. In Illinois, a woman seeking an abortion was deliberately misled by a fake clinic. She was subjected to graphic videos, told that having an abortion would make her infertile and ultimately mentally ill, and ultimately she was coerced into carrying a pregnancy to term. After giving birth, she lost her job and health coverage, and the so-called clinic never offered real medical care or follow-up support. And this is why the American Medical Association and the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists have raised serious ethical and medical concerns about these clinics. And now, Republicans want to guarantee that taxpayer dollars through these TANF funds will be taken away from them, even if this center engages in deceptive practices or even causes a woman's death. When the Ways and Means Committee marked up this bill last week, Democrats offered common sense amendments that should have been uncontroversial to anyone who cares about women and families. We simply propose that TANF funds not go to pregnancy centers that have engaged in deceptive or misleading practices that provide medically inaccurate information or that have endangered the health of a woman seeking care. We also offered amendments to address the real crisis affecting the TANF program, which is the Trump administration's decision to seek revenge against 5 Democratic governors by preventing them from accessing $10 billion in already appropriated funds for TANF and child care. And Republicans rejected every one of these amendments. Clearly, this bill is not about supporting pregnant women and families. It's about shielding deceptive actors, supporting Trump's revenge tactics, and using public funds to advance an extreme anti-abortion agenda. If Republicans truly cared about pregnant women and families, we would be debating how to undo their $1 trillion cut to Medicaid, which rips health care away from millions of pregnant women, new mothers, and children, and how to help the millions of women seeing their health insurance premiums skyrocket due to months of Republican inaction. Instead, this bill is merely an attempt to distract from these devastating realities with the ultimate goal of appeasing the anti-abortion advocates parading around Washington this week as countless women suffer and die under extreme Republican abortion bans. Their priorities are clear and profoundly misguided. I urge my colleagues to vote no. And Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman and bill sponsor from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. I am so proud to rise today in support of this legislation, of my legislation, H.R. 6945, the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act. For too long, previous Democrat administrations have weaponized the Department of Health and Human Services against pregnancy resource centers by attempting to cut off their temporary assistance for needy families, or TANF funding. This bill puts a definitive stop to that harassment. It clarifies that these centers fundamentally meet the statutory purposes of TANF by providing essential assistance to children and expectant mothers. The TANF block grant is built on 4 specific statutory goals, and states have broad authority to pursue them all. Let's look at the second goal: to end the dependence of needy parents on government benefits through work, job preparation, and marriage. Cash assistance alone does not end dependence. It often merely just manages it. Pregnancy resource centers offer the best hope of achieving this goal by providing parenting classes and life skills training to help that mother move from a crisis to self-sufficiency. Pregnancy centers are the backbone of community-based support. The impact of their work is undeniable. In 2024 alone, over 2,700 centers aided nearly 3.8 million women, children, and families. These centers provided over $452 million in total medical care, education, and material goods. As Democrats continue to attack pregnancy care centers, I have asked them repeatedly if they have ever visited a center, ever bothered to go and see what they're talking about. Because if they had, they would see the compassion, the support, and love that are present in these facilities. These centers are staffed by trained men and women who guide and support mothers, fathers, children, and families. They are for the families from pregnancy through childbirth and beyond, with parenting classes and assistance such as formula, diapers, and whatever else that family may need. The attempt to strip TANF funding from these centers was never about fiscal responsibility. It was a targeted ideological attack on organizations that provide a real alternative to abortion. Democrats say choice, choice, choice over and over, but they try to deny women the choice to choose life. H.R. 6945 codifies the operations of TANF to ensure these funding streams remain focused on its mission, helping needy families and children, rather than serving as a tool for ideological gatekeeping. I am incredibly proud of this bill, which protects the most vulnerable among us and ensures that every woman facing adversity has the options, resources, and support she deserves. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Does the gentleman from Missouri reserve? Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, I would like to point out that the previous speaker said that these clinics have trained staff, but many of these centers pose as clinics, offer incorrect medical advice, and even go so far as to wear scrubs and white coats to appear as though they are trained. But actually, fewer than half of crisis pregnancy centers have a licensed medical professional on staff. 95% do not provide prenatal care, and only 1 out of 607 provides contraception, and the facilities are unregulated. And now I would yield two minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Congressmember Davis.
Thank you, Representative Chu. As we begin 2026 with Trump and Republican policies, squeezing workers, spiking costs, tanking job security, the Republican leadership advances this bill to divert money intended for poor children to dangerous anti-abortion centers. When my home state of Illinois and 4 other states are facing an illegal reduction of about $8.9 billion in TANF and SSBG funds due to political retaliation, the Republican leadership chooses to move a bill restricting women's reproductive choices. If Republicans really wanted to help parents care for their children, they would work with Democrats to ensure that HHS follows the law and immediately release the child care funds that HHS is illegally delaying from states across the country. Illinois receives about $400 million in child care development funds and another $500 million from TANF that help low-income working families afford quality child care. Disruption to this funding will have substantial, immediate, and destructive consequences to children, families, businesses, and communities. I'm upset, but not shocked that the Republican leadership rejected my amendment to this bill that would penalize HHS for illegally withholding payments of TANF child care entitlement to states or SSBG funding if the agency fails to pay an amount due to a state within 5 days by requiring the agency to make a monthly payment of the amount due plus interest. HHS should be held accountable for harming individuals, families, businesses. I strongly oppose this bill that tramples on women's right to choose their own best health interests, and yield back.
Our reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, an incredible advocate for the unborn, Mr. Smith.
Thank my very distinguished chairman for yielding and for his leadership. I especially want to thank Michelle Fishbach for her leadership and compassion by offering and authoring this legislation to protect pregnancy care centers from discrimination and to ensure that they can continue their important work of assisting families in need. I was at a New Jersey pregnancy center dinner a few years ago when 2 women, through tears of joy, expressed their deep and abiding gratitude for the incredible love, respect, and care that persuaded them to reverse their decision to abort their babies. They spoke of how desperate, even hopeless they were. They spoke about the pressure that they were under to abort. Until they met the director of the Pregnancy Resource Center, who reached out to both of them different times, but within about a month, in a gentle and non-judgmental way. They chose life, and thank God, the director and the Pregnancy Center for helping them to avert the loss of their precious babies' lives. Then, Mr. Speaker, 2 teenage girls took to the podium and spoke about their lives, school, sports, friends, and their reverence for the sanctity of human life. Near the end of their remarks, they turned towards the director of the center and thanked her for being there when their moms, through that very difficult time, and said, if you weren't there for them, we'd be dead. Coming from 2 girls standing at the podium. And that has been replicated many, many times throughout the country. There are more than 55 pregnancy care centers in my district. I've been to many of them. It is filled with the most loving and compassionate and honest people I have ever met. So all the smear that we always hear, I find that so objectionable. They are an amazing group of women, they're almost all women, who run these pregnancy care centers. Consider the story of Jean Marie Davis, a mother and a survivor of human trafficking. And I know a little about human trafficking. I've written 5 laws on trafficking, including the landmark Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000. Big, heavy emphasis on victims, trauma-informed. And we have one now pending to further that effort. Well, this woman, Jean Marie Davis, is a survivor of trafficking who says her life was saved by a pregnancy care center. She said, I was trafficked in 33 states. She went on, even though I was losing weight from the drugs, my belly kept growing, and soon I discovered that pregnancy would ultimately save my life. Fighting despair with a $1.38 to her name, she had almost no place to turn. She was connected with a woman named Phyllis at a local pregnancy care center, and she says, the pregnancy center provided me with free resources and support, and then when the child was born, to take care of my son. I was able to realize and pursue dreams I had never imagined, because these people have such compassion, not the smear we hear from the other side, compassion. And I'm amazed at that you say these things about these wonderful people. Years later, she applied, and now she's the executive director of the Branches Pregnancy Resource Center in Vermont. She's giving back. She was given so much by these individuals, and now she's giving back. Across the U.S., there are more than 2,700 pregnancy centers offering mothers and their precious children an oasis of love, compassion, and care. One report found that in 2024, $452 million in free medical care was provided. And I've been to these, there's so many nurses at these pregnancy care centers. You know, they do ultrasounds. And frankly, when the woman does see the baby, it is transformational. You don't get that at a Planned Parenthood clinic at all. They talk about it, the child being a non-entity and not a human being. Recognizing the extraordinary care provided at these centers, some states, and there's at least 6 of them, including the distinguished chairmen from Missouri, that do provide TANF funding, and Biden was in the process of promulgating a rule that would have precluded that. We can't allow that to happen now or ever. This important legislation, again, I can't thank Michelle enough for it, would ensure that pregnancy centers cannot be excluded or restricted from receiving TANF funding as a result of discrimination and the smear campaign that they suffer. Hopefully the Supreme Court will soon render its decision on a very important case coming out of my state, and I do think it will be favorable. These are amazing centers, and we ought to be supporting them, not smearing them. Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. As the gentleman from Missouri Reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Well, I wish the previous speaker could have met this Massachusetts woman who sought clear at a crisis pregnancy center after a Google advertisement led her to believe it was a legitimate medical facility where she could confirm her pregnancy. At Clearway, a nurse administered an ultrasound and told the plaintiff that she had a viable intrauterine pregnancy. The nurse was not licensed to diagnose viable pregnancies and did not undertake appropriate medical measures to rule out an ectopic pregnancy. Rather than referring the patient for immediate medical evaluation, Clearway staff focused on encouraging her to continue the pregnancy. As a result of the misdiagnosis, this woman's ectopic pregnancy ruptured, causing massive internal bleeding and requiring emergency surgery. She lost a fallopian tube and narrowly avoided death. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Snyder.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. And before I speak, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to introduce 3 articles into the record. One is from the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecologists, Crisis Pregnancy Centers, an issue brief. The second is Why Crisis Pregnancy Centers Are Legal but Unethical, from the AMA Journal of Ethics. And the third is Truth and Transparency in Crisis Centers, an article by a number of doctors from Women's Health Reports.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think it's shameful that my Republican colleagues have brought this bill to the floor to funnel money to these so-called pregnancy crisis centers and away from programs that truly help families in need. My Republican colleagues are saying that these centers help women. In reality, too many of these centers trick women before they even walk in the door. They advertise themselves as real medical clinics. They are not. They might look like normal doctor's offices with ultrasound machines and employees in white lab coats, but the coats are for show, and the employees are not medical professionals. Don't be fooled. The primary purpose of these centers is to deceive women, and the organizations promoting these centers are the same organizations advocating for a national abortion ban. Here's what should concern us all. These centers routinely spread medical misinformation and intentionally cause delays in accessing legitimate health care. Their theory is delay long enough, and women in crisis are effectively forced to continue their pregnancies. Now, you'll hear my Republican colleagues tout that these centers offer maternal care. They don't. Real maternal care requires real medical professionals who offer real, ethical, comprehensive health services, who are licensed and regulated, and who don't have a personal bias counter to the patient's medical interests or decisions. And yet my Republican colleagues want to divert federal TANF funding away from families in need and to these clinics instead. This is a disgraceful diversion. If my Republican colleagues were serious about helping children and families in need, let them speak out against the administration's illegal payment freeze for child care and child welfare funding. Right now, as we debate this bill on eligibility for TANF spending, the Trump administration is illegally holding more than $10 billion in federal funding for child care and family assistance, including TANF funds, to states including my own of Illinois, as well as California, New York, Colorado, and Minnesota. The administration is illegally withholding payments to states for child care, foster care, child protective services, and cash assistance to low-income families. Thank you. They're hiding behind false claims and unauthorized administrative barriers in order to inflict pain on states that the president dislikes. Let me be clear. These payments are legally required under law, and this freeze is unlawful. The administration needs to pay the states what they are owed. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I yield back.
Reserved.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Fong.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6945, the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act. Across our nation, more than 2,700 pregnancy centers serve nearly 2 million women and families each year. I have seen firsthand my local pregnancy centers in California and the services they provide, offering diapers, baby clothes, prenatal education, ultrasounds, housing referrals, and additional real compassionate support during life's most vulnerable moments. These services are valued at over $450 million annually and help families choose stability, self-sufficiency, and hope. The Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program was created to strengthen families, reduce dependency, and ensure children can be cared for in their own homes. Pregnancy resource centers, especially in rural communities, clearly advance those goals. However, under the Biden administration, a proposed rule was issued that singled out pregnancy centers and preemptively suggested state spending on these organizations would no longer be allowable. The Biden rule was never finalized, but there is a need to make sure future administrations do not pursue similar actions. H.R. 6945 ensures fairness. It clarifies that states may continue partnering with pregnancy centers without political interference, now and in the future. This bill stands for mothers, children, families. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, I wish we could think of the woman in Pennsylvania who was pregnant, who sought care at what she thought was a medically certified clinic. But during her appointment, the staff told her she had already miscarried and was sent home. And as time went on, though, she continued experiencing pregnancy symptoms. So she later went to a licensed doctor who told her she was still pregnant and that the crisis pregnancy center had given her the wrong information. This misdiagnosis greatly increased her risk of having pregnancy complications. And now I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
Thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to this legislation that prioritizes a partisan agenda over the health over the privacy and over the autonomy of women. Most of these so-called pregnancy centers are not licensed medical clinics. Not licensed medical clinics. What's that mean? It means they can and often do share women's private medical information without their consent. It means they can and often do provide false and misleading medical information about abortion, about contraception, and about other reproductive health services for women. In California, my home state, our Attorney General was compelled to issue a consumer alert warning the public about deceptive practices employed by these centers. At a time when access to reproductive health care is under attack, our Republican colleagues are advancing a bill that funnels resources to organizations that mislead women rather than provide comprehensive medical care. And let me repeat, most of these so-called pregnancy centers are not licensed medical clinics. How can we in good conscience send our constituents for health care to unlicensed facilities? I urge my colleagues to vote no on this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve.
The gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Biggs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The proudest title that I carry is one that was given to me some 26 years ago from my son, Mama. I've also been a nurse for more than 30 years. Not only do I have my doctorate in family practice, but also in psychiatric mental health. I've spent my entire life caring for others, especially women and families in crisis. I've listened to their fears, and I've worked to make sure that they weren't facing those moments alone. That's why I rise today in support of H.R. 6945, the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act. As thousands gather in Washington for the March for Life, we're reminded that pro-life cause isn't just about protecting the unborn, but it's about honoring life at every single stage. That means showing up with real help, not just during the pregnancy, but as families begin the journey of nurturing a child. Under the Biden administration, there were efforts to block states from partnering with pregnancy centers. This bill pushes back. It protects a state's ability to work with trusted local organization centers that offer prenatal care, parenting classes, counseling, and everyday necessities like diapers, formula, and baby clothes. I've visited centers like this in my own district and seen the compassion that they offer firsthand. These are places where women are met with dignity, not judgment, and where families are supported not just through pregnancy, but long after. This bill reflects what we believe, that every single life is a gift from God. Every mother deserves compassion, and every child deserves a chance. Because as Scripture reminds us, I will praise thee, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. I'm proud to support this important legislation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
From Missouri reserves, the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire as to how much time is remaining.
The gentlelady has 12 1/2 minutes remaining.
Well, I'd like to talk about in Kentucky, where a postpartum nurse with 20 years of experience was motivated to volunteer at a crisis pregnancy center. During her training, she learned that the clinic was using expired disinfectants to sanitize ultrasound equipment. And not only that, the kind of disinfection that the clinic was using was ineffective in targeting human papillomavirus, which causes 90% of cervical cancer cases. The volunteer nurse quit and she filed these whistleblower complaints with the state, but nothing was ever done, highlighting lack of accountability at these centers. And now I would like to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Congressmember Doggett.
Gentleman is recognized.
In their incessant drive to impose a national ban on all forms of abortion, Republicans continue to block relief for millions of Americans who are struggling with soaring Obamacare health insurance premiums. Now today they offer this bill to funnel taxpayer dollars to fake health clinics. To deceive women, these so-called pregnancy crisis centers use medical jargon and dress up in scrubs, yet most of the 2,600 clinics do not have a single medical licensed professional. Instead, they rely on fear and misinformation to discourage vulnerable women as they're trying to make one of the most important healthcare decisions about what is best for them. Much more shocking than the waste that is promoted through this bill is the indifference with which so many extremist Republicans have shown to the right to life for the mother, the right to life for American women. I chaired an Austin field hearing last August, and I heard dozens of tragic stories from Texas women like Caitlin Cash and Amanda Zarowski, forced to the brink of death before they could receive care for a miscarriage or hemorrhage or sepsis. An obstetrician, Dr. Donnell Oliver, testified, quote, "Women are dying, families are suffering, and medical professionals' hands are being tied." That's the result of the kind of strict abortion ban Republicans have imposed on Texas women that some here want to impose to all 50 states and all women in our country. You know, I think the death certificates for so many other women who've been denied treatment for pregnancy complications should really read the truth, which is cause of death, the Republican abortion ban. For every American whose life is threatened by Republican extremist interference, I strongly oppose this bill and urge its rejection. I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Democrats are fear-mongering today. The majority of pregnancy resource centers have voluntarily signed on to industry standards, called Commitment of Care and Competence created by Heartbeat International. These standards set an ethical code where they agree to adopt a transparent and honest service model. According to a recent report surveyed 2,750 different pregnancy centers in 2025, there were 4,779 licensed medical professionals on staff and 5,396 licensed medical professional volunteers. I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record a copy of the Heartbeat International's Commitment of Care and Competence.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yocum.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, from hearing my Democrat colleagues talk today, it's clear that none of them have ever been to a pregnancy resource center, and they certainly have never used their services. You see, 17 years ago, my wife Sally Ann and I found that we were expecting our first child. Sally Ann thought she was having some issues with our pregnancy when she was only 7 weeks pregnant. We were young, we were scared. We didn't have a place to turn until one of her friends suggested that we go to a pregnancy resource center. We went down to the Women's Care Center in South Bend, where they welcomed us with open and loving arms. They gave her an ultrasound, and for the very first time, we saw our child, who at that time was about the size of a peanut. Half of that peanut was a heartbeat. Most importantly, they assured us that our child was okay and would be just fine. When we went to leave, I had just one question for them. How much do we owe you? They looked at us and they said, guys, the services that we provide here are free. You can go along your way. They assured us that our baby was healthy, and it gave us such peace of mind. Here we are 17 years later, And our daughter, Elle, is smart, she is beautiful, she's a junior in high school, and we're out looking for colleges. The Pregnancy Resource Center in my community was there for us when we were young and scared, when we had very limited resources. But unfortunately, if my Democrat colleagues had their way, our health care would have been denied. Why deny the Sally Ann Yatkins of the world access to the care that they need? Why deny people like my daughter, Elle, the care to make sure that they are okay? I wish my friends from the other side of the aisle would simply join me in voting yes today on this measure. I'd like to thank my colleague, the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, for introduction of this bill. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Well, let me say there is a comprehensive study by the Alliance for Women's Rights and Gender Equality. They studied 607 crisis pregnancy centers across 9 states, and they documented a consistent pattern of deception, misinformation, and patient harm. Nearly 2/3 of the centers promoted patently false or biased medical claims about pregnancy, abortion, contraception, or reproductive health providers, and fewer than half reported having a licensed medical professional on staff. These are not isolated incidents. These are standard practices for these centers. And now I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 6945. The Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act is yet another Republican betrayal, cruelly masked by a misleading title. After spending the last few weeks threatening access to child care support and doing literally nothing to help millions of Americans afford their health care, Republicans want to direct taxpayer dollars away from helping families afford necessities like food, rent, and child care to crisis pregnancy centers that prey on vulnerable women seeking legitimate reproductive health care. We've heard today that wonderful, caring people staff these crisis pregnancy centers, and I don't doubt that. But crisis pregnancy centers do not provide medical care, though they imply that they do. Crisis pregnancy centers are unregulated, they are deceptive, and they are dangerous. As an OBGYN myself for more than 20 years, I have seen far too many patients who have had at best confusing and at worst life-threatening experiences at crisis pregnancy centers. They don't serve patients, they serve the anti-abortion agenda. Let me be clear, every person has the right and deserves the dignity to make their own healthcare decisions, free from intimidation, deception, and coercion. At a time when our country has a shameful maternal and infant mortality crisis and is facing a worsening shortage of obstetricians, the so-called pro-life movement is focused not on helping women or supporting their families or delivering the IVF coverage the president promised. They are focused on denying women their reproductive rights and failing to deliver for American families. I urge my colleagues to stand for women and families, for dignity and for freedom, and vote no. I yield back.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Holy cow, Mr. Speaker. The things that you hear from the other side in this body could not be so not truthful, false. When they paint with a broad brush and says the most ridiculous items, saying that pregnancy resource centers do not help anyone? Give me a break. Where I come from, whenever someone says something useless, we call it hogwash. They are swimming in hogwash on that side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Well, it's not hogwash to this woman in Georgia. She sought care from an unregulated clinic that offered free ultrasounds and medical advice. She thought that was so great. The ultrasound technician incorrectly informed her that her baby's kidneys were filled with water and that she needed to see a primary care doctor. The diagnosis was incorrect, but the stress of that misdiagnosis severely impacted the mother. She said, "The irony in all this is that they could have caused me to lose a perfectly healthy pregnancy." And now I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Congresswoman Moore.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter a news article into the record. Child care providers seeking reporting unnerving stakeouts by Kristen Takeda, without objection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 6945. And despite the grandiose title, Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Children Act, this bill carves out, let's keep the main thing the main thing. What it does, it carves out an earmark for an industry with a narrow ideological mission to provide, I guess what I call anti-abortion, but Mr. Chairman over there, you called it pro-life, counseling services. And, you know, actually, this just does not fit within the 4 core purposes of the TANF bill, which is why the Biden administration prohibited this. No more than we provide monies for abortion counseling, which, if you stop and think about it, it would fit more neatly into the core provisions of the TANF bill, and that is to prevent unwanted pregnancies. But we don't provide abortion clinics with TANF monies, nor should we provide it to these clinics. You know, we talk about, I hear the tortured, Mr. Speaker, explanation of how this fits into the core duties of the TANF bill, and I hear them talking about the diapers and the formula and all the wonderful things. Well, the March of Dimes provides all that stuff too, but we don't provide them with TANF funds. No, this is a diversion from the already underfunded TANF program, which has been flat funded for 30 years at $16.5 billion. And now we have, according to the chairman, you know, millions of women, 2 million, how many millions of it, and 7,000 centers that are now going to be able to access TANF dollars. These TANF dollars were meant not to provide baby wipes and diapers for babies for up to their 6 months old, but to help a woman navigate her way into the workforce, to get job training, to have cash assistance until she can get on her feet, not to provide monies to stand up this ideological and, quite frankly, religious organization. And that is why I oppose this bill. And just let me say, I am going to later on, Mr. Speaker, offer an amendment that would allow states to use TANF dollars, again, not undermining this bill, but adding a section that would allow states to use TANF dollars for security at child care facilities and to be able to gather evidence of harassment of child care providers and to give local law enforcement the ability to secure the place for children. Because one of the core responsibilities of the TANF funding is to provide child care. 30 more seconds? Is to provide child care.
30 more seconds.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. And if we don't, and this all comes because there have been vigilantes, Madam Chair, showing up at child care centers, people who are not health department officials, not auditors, showing up and harassing TANF recipients who need child care as we deny states monies for child care. But we have vigilantes, right-wingers that are showing up, and they are creating a crisis. Thank you, Mr. Simpson. They're creating safety concerns at our daycare. And so I will offer an amendment at the appropriate time. And I yield back to...
Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let the record reflect that this bill maintains the status quo of funding. Right now, people can use TANF dollars for funding. That's how it's always been. This is just protecting that it can continue to do so because the prior president, President Biden, decided to try to eliminate it for the first time in history. And we're trying to prevent that. No future administration can do that. I do want to, Mr. Speaker, talk about one individual. We hear all kinds of examples over here. Let me talk about a 21-year-old named Faith who found out she was pregnant. While driving down the highway, she saw a sign for a pregnancy resource center in Rolla, Missouri, my congressional district. While sharing about her initial visit, Faith said that the center specifically told her, quote, "Anything you need, we will help you get it," close quote. After being shunned, she was shunned by her family and pressured by her fiance to abort their unborn child. Faith decided to return to the Pregnancy Resource Center of Rolla, Missouri. Through talking with those at the center, Faith realized that she ultimately did want to have her child, and she gave birth to her son, Noah. Now, years later, Faith volunteers at the very center that helped her life and to protect her son, Noah. I reserve.
Reserves. Gentlelady from California.
I would like to clarify that this bill actually allows these funds to be free of any accountability. So it actually changes the way in which these kind of funds are being used. Right now, there has to be accountability if states use TANF funds for the crisis pregnancy centers. But what this bill does is by amending Section 404 of the Social Security Act to state that nothing in this part may be construed to restrict TANF fundings for pregnancy centers, this bill actually overrides TANF's statutory purposes, reporting requirements, penalty authority, and HHS enforcement provisions. As a result, any future federal effort to limit, condition, or review TANF funding for these crisis pregnancy centers could be challenged as prohibited by this statute. And so even if that TANF center engages in deceptive advertising and does actions that even result in the death of a woman, there would be nothing that could be done about that crisis pregnancy center. And now I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to. Oh, I'm closing? I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated, my amendment, Mr. Speaker, would be added on to Section 2 of the bill and would just enable child care centers, the TANF to fund child care centers, which are now under siege and really compromising the security of our children.
Is the gentlelady asking for unanimous consent to insert the text of her amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking for unanimous consent to.
Without objection. Gentleman object.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given this and my great respect for you, Mr. Speaker, I will yield my time back to Ms. Chu.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
He's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is abundantly clear. Both the American Medical Association and the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists have raised serious ethical and medical concerns about so-called crisis pregnancy centers. These facilities are unregulated. They have no obligation to provide accurate medical information. They are not subject to HIPAA, and they are not required to protect patient confidentiality. Yet Republicans are determined to send them federal taxpayer dollars anyway. Now, I talked about this very comprehensive report by the Alliance for Women's Rights and Gender Equality, which studied 607 crisis pregnancy centers across 9 states. They documented patients' experiences at these centers. In one case, a patient seeking abortion care was misled into believing she was too early in pregnancy to receive medical care and was encouraged to delay seeing a licensed provider despite experiencing symptoms consistent with a pregnancy complication. In another documented case, a patient was falsely told that abortion would cause infertility and severe mental illness, information that directly contradicts established medical evidence. Several patients reported being reassured that severe pain or bleeding was normal, only to later require emergency medical intervention when complications were left untreated. If Republicans truly cared about TANF oversight, they would have spoken out when millions of TANF dollars were stolen from struggling families in Mississippi to build a volleyball stadium, and when the Trump administration stepped in to shield the perpetrators from accountability. Instead, they were silent. The bottom line is simple. Anti-abortion centers that spread misinformation and put women at risk should not receive they should not receive taxpayer dollars that are completely unregulated. If you want to support parents and pregnant women, let's continue helping them. But that is why the House should reject this particular bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
I reserve.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats will make all kinds of wild and ridiculous claims about pregnancy resource centers. They have tried to twist giving diapers and ultrasounds to moms into some sort of nefarious activity. Giving diapers to moms. The millions of women who have sought and received care at a pregnancy resource center, they know the truth. I hope every American is watching this debate today on this floor. Democrats distract and fearmonger because they can't admit that pregnancy resource centers fulfill the purposes of TANF. These centers provide material support and assistance to women in need and reduce dependence on government assistance. They are eligible for state TANF funds, period. I want to thank Representative Fischbach for her very hard work on this bill. She has been a champion for women, mothers, and children her entire career. I'm glad she once again led the effort, this Congress, to preserve funding for pregnancy resource centers, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate has expired pursuant to House Resolution 1009. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. Question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend Part A of Title IV of the Social Security Act to clarify the authority of states to use funds for pregnancy centers and for other purposes.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Moore of Wisconsin moves to recommit the bill H.R. 6945 to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
What purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1009, I call up H.J. Res. 140 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 140, joint resolution provided for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Public Land Order Number 7917 for withdrawal of federal lands, Cook, Lake, and St. Louis counties, Minnesota.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1009, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.J. Res. 140.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of this Congressional Review Act resolution, which would overturn the Biden administration's reckless withdrawal of more than 225,000 acres in the Superior National Forest from mineral exploration and development. Mr. Speaker, at issue is the Duluth Complex in northern Minnesota, one of the largest mineral deposits on the planet, including the world's largest copper-nickel deposit. The federal government routinely granted and renewed mineral leases to these deposits beginning in the 1960s. Decades of planning, exploration, investment, and environmental reviews have gone into the region, and with good reason. The minerals in the Duluth Complex include copper, nickel, and cobalt. They are ones that make up the 21st century economy and help it run. They are the essential inputs for telecommunications devices, cutting-edge defense systems, and much more. As we are all keenly aware, the Chinese Communist Party has a stranglehold on far too many mineral supply chains. Mining in the Duluth Complex was poised to change that. It was going to help usher in a new era of American mineral dominance and create and support thousands of American jobs. It was going to help end our dependence on foreign adversaries and reorder the entire global mineral market, positioning the United States at the center and driving our rivals to the margins. When President Biden abruptly closed off 225,000 acres of federal land in the Duluth Complex for mineral development, he threw a future of American abundance, security, and global leadership into chaos. The decision undermined America's economic, military, and strategic interest in those of our allies. The minerals in the Duluth Complex are called critical for a reason. We need them. The whole world needs them. Nations, businesses, militaries, and individual consumers are going to acquire these minerals. The only question is whether they will be mined here in the United States by American workers, protected by American labor laws, with the strongest environmental standards and most advanced mining techniques or not. The Duluth Complex is also home to a world-class helium reserve, which has attracted investment from investors. Specifically, the withdrawal itself locks up roughly 11,000 acres for helium exploration, blocking development of one of the largest and most concentrated helium deposits in the entire world. But don't let the rhetoric around this issue confuse what is at stake here. The resolution before us today is about more than just one project. There are 2 options, Mr. Speaker: mineral dominance or mineral dependence. There isn't a third option, and it's long past time for the federal government to act like it. Our global allies rely on America's leadership, and if we are to remain a leader in the global economy, then domestic mineral abundance is a strategic necessity, not a political football. The resolution before us does not mandate projects, mining sites, firms, or schedules. It simply reverses the Biden administration's unilateral short-circuiting of the normal permitting process. This resolution is a step toward balance and the rule of law. It is a step toward the mineral abundance the American people deserve and that Washington has denied them for too long. I want to thank the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, for introducing this resolution and for his tireless work on behalf of his constituents. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to H.J. Res. 140. a resolution that would threaten America's beloved Boundary Waters canoe area wilderness in northern Minnesota. Mr. Speaker, the Boundary Waters draw more visitors than any other wilderness in the country. Millions of Americans have paddled and fished, swum, found solace among its pristine lakes and forests. It supports a multi-billion-dollar outdoor economy, thousands of jobs, and a way of life that's been passed down for generations. It's an area that presidents, reaching back to Teddy Roosevelt, and members of Congress on both sides of the aisle have long recognized in terms of its value, and we've protected it as part of our American heritage. But the Boundary Waters have been under threat for years. Twin Metals, owned by Antofagasta, a Chilean mining company with close ties to China, has been lobbying for years to set up a mine just outside the wilderness area, just along the banks of waters that flow north directly into the wilderness. The type of mining Twin Metals has proposed has a 100% track record of toxic pollution. 100%. There's never been a mine of this kind that did not leach toxic pollution. And despite what the other side of the aisle might tell you, there's no guarantee that the precious minerals that were just talked about, produced from this mine, would actually stay in the U.S. and benefit the American economy or American national security at all. Antofagasta sends most of its minerals to China, where they're then sold on the global market. Likely the same fate for these minerals if this mine is allowed to happen. And all of this is why nearly 3 years ago, Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland protected the lands surrounding the Boundary Waters and its headwaters from mining for 20 years through a public land order, a standard tool and process backed by peer-reviewed science and extensive public engagement. The Congressional Review Act resolution on the floor today would overturn those protections, once again putting our beloved Boundary Waters at risk of toxic pollution from a foreign-owned mine. And if that weren't enough to convince my colleagues that this resolution is a terrible idea, I'll briefly touch on the abuse of the Congressional Review Act itself that this resolution represents. The Congressional Review Act, or CRA, has been used to overturn rules finalized by administrations of both parties since it was signed into law in 1996. This Congress and the Trump administration and Republicans in both chambers have been using the CRA to overturn public lands protections that have never been considered rules in the past. In an entirely unprecedented move, they're moving forward even though the Government Accountability Office hasn't yet ruled on whether they believe this public land order constitutes a rule that would be subject to the CRA. This administration and its allies in Congress have just unilaterally decided that they can do this despite the fact that the Department of the Interior has never before considered a land withdrawal like this to be a rule. Congress received notice of this withdrawal 3 years ago. If the bill's sponsor wanted to pursue a CRA, he should have inquired then. And if this CRA succeeds, it won't just open the Boundary Waters to pollution, but would set a terrible and dangerous precedent for Congress to roll back protections for any of our treasured public lands with little oversight or notice, just because Republicans have decided they'd rather pillage them for profit. Now, some places are just worth protecting, and this pristine, one-of-a-kind place is one of those incredible places. I urge all my colleagues to vote no on this backdoor attempt to open our public lands to foreign mining, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, you know, facts can be stubborn things. There's some things we all can agree on, that the Boundary Waters canoe area is a wonderful place, but the Boundary Waters canoe area has been protected, is currently protected, and will be protected even after this CRA is passed. You know, the Congresses that came long before us made sure this was the case, long before the Obama administration ever did a lease withdrawal in the area. But they established the Boundary Waters canoe area, then they set a buffer zone around the Boundary Waters canoe area, and they said this other part of the Superior National Forest could be used to develop mining and also used for forestry purposes. Any deposits that we're talking about are not inside the Boundary Waters canoe area. They're not inside the buffer zone to the Boundary Waters canoe area. They're out in the forest that the Biden administration said you can't develop here anymore, even after Congress had already said this was the case. So I think what we're doing today is we're exercising our Article 1 power, where an administration abused it and they tried to make rules, and the Government Accountability Office said this bill or this rule is subject to a Congressional Review Act. So here we are to right the wrong. And with that, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Minnesota, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources, and the lead sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Sauber.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Mr. Chair, I rise today in strong support of HA Res 140 to reverse Public Land Order 7917, which enacted the Biden administration's dangerous mining ban in northern Minnesota. The district I am proud to represent, Minnesota's 8th congressional district, is blessed with an abundance of mineral wealth. On the Iron Range in northern Minnesota, we've been responsibly mining for 145 years. We mine the iron ore that won us 2 world wars and currently mine the taconite that is used to make 80% of this country's domestically produced steel. And before Biden's mining ban, we had the opportunity to mine the copper, the nickel, the cobalt, and other critical minerals that are necessary for this country to compete and win in the 21st century. That's because northern Minnesota is home to the Duluth Complex, the largest untapped copper-nickel deposit in the entire world. It's home to 1/3 of our country's copper reserves, 95% of our nickel reserves, 88% of our cobalt reserves, and 75% of our other platinum group metals. Public Land Order 7917 locked up the Duluth Complex and ended this opportunity that we had. This PLO withdrew 225,504 acres. That's nearly 250,000 acres in the Superior National Forest, which is a working industrial forest where timber harvesting and mining are desired activities. This ban was a 20-year ban, where I will note, again, the Forest Service plan states mining and timber harvesting are desired activities. This PLO sacrificed thousands of good-paying union jobs that would support families for generations, along with billions of dollars of revenue for our schools and state and federal governments, and most importantly, our nation's mineral security. And it didn't only block our access to precious critical minerals, Mr. Chair, it also cut us off from one of the largest and most concentrated deposits of helium, a gas that is necessary in everything from medical and manufacturing equipment to the state of our defense systems. Just like our critical minerals were blocked from responsibly accessing the helium, making the United States more dependent on foreign imports and increasingly Russia's share of the global helium markets. When issuing this ban, the Biden administration even went so far as to state that its purpose was to prevent mineral and geothermal exploration and development. And when former Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland testified before the Appropriations Committee following the withdrawal, she stated, and I quote, "I didn't think there were any critical minerals there," end quote. The Secretary of Interior had no idea that the biggest copper-nickel find in the world was in northeastern Minnesota, where she banned mining. It was a dangerous, purely political decision that disregarded the science and disregarded the facts. Under the Federal Lands Policy and Management Act, or FLPMA, the Department of the Interior is required to notify Congress of public land orders impacting excess of 5,000 acres. The Biden administration failed to properly transmit Public Land Order 7917 to Congress when it was finalized in January of 23. Public Land Order 7917 implemented a broad policy that hinders access to Americans American resources, and is wholly detrimental to our nation's national and mineral security. It is exactly the kind of action Congress intended to review under the Congressional Review Act. H.J. Res. 140 would overturn this mining ban under the CRA and allow important proposed mining and helium development projects to continue through the regulatory and permitting process, which they will have to complete at both the state and federal levels before moving forward. Mr. Speaker, this CRA will not greenlight any proposed project. All it does is remove the dangerous, misguided ban that stops us from considering any project. This ban disregarded the science. It disregarded the facts. Lifting this ban will simply allow the science and the facts to prevail. I urge my colleagues to support H.J. Res. 140, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the claim that Secretary Haaland failed to notify Congress as required by the law, I'm holding the notification that went out 3 years ago to the gentleman from Minnesota personally, from the Secretary of Interior. So maybe there's a misunderstanding there, but we got the receipts on that one. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 6 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 6 minutes.
Thank you for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this legislation, which risks polluting the Boundary Waters canoe area, as has been stated, our nation's most visited wilderness. If this resolution passes, the mineral withdrawal is overturned. Toxic sulfide or copper mining will contaminate the water, the habitat, and this priceless wilderness. The BWCA is a huge reserve of the most pristine water in the United States, so clean you can directly drink from its lakes or streams. And this water is under threat once again. In 2017, the Obama administration applied for a mineral withdrawal of the Rainy River watershed. The watershed's up here, which is the headwaters that flows into the Boundary Waters Wilderness and Voyageurs National Park. It started a 2-year environmental study, which included extensive public input and scientific review. While the Rainy River watershed was being studied, Paradise Valley in Montana and Metho Valley in Washington State were going through the same exact process. All 3 of those watersheds were threatened by sulfur ore mining. In Montana and in Washington, those studies were able to be completed, and their mineral withdrawals happened in 2018, protecting their waters. But the Rainy watershed was left unfinished. When President Trump took office, his administration initially promised to complete the study. Instead, President Trump honored his promise from a campaign rally and did not protect the watershed. His administration canceled the study for the Minnesota watershed without releasing any of the scientific findings. This is what we received in the Interior Committee instead, and it is an entirely redacted study. No information, nothing scientific in it, nothing, all blank. Now, I serve on the Defense Committee. If we needed to go in a SCIF, I would have been happy to go in a SCIF and get this if it was so classified it had to be redacted. The protection of the headwaters for the BCA was abandoned. The Biden administration decided to finish the study, and they followed the scientific recommendations and the public input. So in 2022, a comprehensive environmental assessment was finally completed. The Forest Service recommended a mineral withdrawal to protect the boundary waters in Minnesota, just as it had for the waters in Montana and Washington. Currently, we have 17 years left of a 20-year mineral withdrawal that is protecting and preserving this water. But today, Republicans want to overturn those protections using, in my opinion, a legislative stunt. In January 2023, almost 3 years ago, the mineral withdrawal was completed. It was noticed under the Federal Land Policy Management Act. The law was followed. The Department of Interior notified the Congress with the withdrawal on January 26, 2023. And as my colleague, the ranking member from the committee just pointed out, we all received those letters. I received one, Mr. Stauber received one, the chair of the committee received one, everybody got a letter. Then Congress had 90 days to adopt a resolution of disapproval. Republicans tried to disapprove of the withdrawal, but they weren't able to bring it to the floor. Congress didn't ask, and the window of disapproval closed. Now they're trying to use the Congressional Review Act to get a do-over. The CRA wasn't created to overturn public land orders, especially one that is nearly 3 years old. The CRA resolution are for rules, which public lands orders are not. And they are to be used within the 60 days of the congressional notice, not 3 years later. Let me point out another, in my opinion, a falsehood about this legislation. I'm the ranking member of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee. There is no immediate national security interest that would be advanced by mining in this watershed. How do we know this? Because Antofagasta has been pointed out is a Chilean mine company who owns Twin Metals. It is lobbying to undo the current mineral withdrawal and restore their leases to extract the copper. Here's what Antofagasta does with the extracted copper. We can't say this enough. They send it to China, where it's smelted, and then it's sold on the open market or it's used for its own defense weapons. This resolution is not about national security. This is about water, the world's most critical natural resource. And it must be protected, not only for today, but for future generations. We have a responsibility to future generations to have water available. And then also, in my opinion, some places are just too precious to mine. So I urge my colleagues to oppose the resolution. Mr. Chair, before I do that, I would like to enter the following documents into the congressional record. The January 2023 notification to Congress, all of our letters that we received, the redacted environmental assessment, the completed environmental assessment, a letter from a group of hunters, anglers opposing this legislation, and a letter from a group of environmental organizations opposing this legislation.
Without objection.
Thank you. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Reserve gentleman from Arkansas.
Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Zinke.
Gentleman from Montana is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Mr. Speaker, as a former secretary, I don't think anyone in this body has spent more time on Twin Metals reviewing the science than I have. So I think we should separate the hype from the science and the bull from fact. First of all, why are we here and why is it important at all? Well, this behind me has a few things we need critical minerals for, particularly our military, medical, supply chain. What do all these have in common? The MQ-9 Reaper, the Javelin missile system, the Virginia-class submarine, the Tomahawk, the Night Vision, and the Amron. What do they have in common? Those minerals are found in Twin Metals in the great state of Minnesota. Now, is it in the boundary waters? Is it in the area that's protected around it? No, it is not. I've seen these wonderful pictures of canoeing, of waters, of streams, of lakes, and they are absolutely beautiful. The problem is, that's in the boundary waters. That's not where the mine is. And then, oh, Deb Haaland. I respect Deb Haaland. I had her in committee, Mr. Speaker. I asked her one question after a few. What minerals were in the mine area which she rescinded and put a moratorium? I was amazed at her answer. She couldn't name one. So science. Let's follow the science. And I agree. There's a place to mine and there's a place not to mine. I think probably I stand in the conservation side as much as any member. But I've actually read the documentation. I've actually read the mining plans. I have a degree in geology and look closely at it, and you know what? There are good projects and there's bad projects. And we don't mine like we used to. In Montana, we have Virginia City. They took a paddleboard up the river stream, took everything, turned it around. We don't mine like that anymore. We use science now. And when you look at the science and documentation on this mine, it uses the best technology. And oh, by the way, water, It's a closed circuit. What does that mean? That means exfoliant doesn't travel outside. It's reused as compressed. And when you do mine, what you do is you put core samples in. That core sample will tell you how much overburden you have to remove. And after the core samples, then you have a mining plan that tells you where the material is moved. In this case, it's not an open pit mine, it's subsurface. And I would invite my colleagues to look at the science and look at the water tables. And they say 100% of the mines in the past were pollutant. Not if you have a mining plan that undergoes a scrutiny, as this one has. Lastly, about the law. Notification in a memo is not the same thing as a rule. And Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that people would actually look at the mining plan and read it, just like reading the law, what the law says. It's not a trick. I'm not here tricking anyone. What I'm saying is this, is that once again, there's good places to mine, there's bad places to mine. But you got to go in the science and not the hype. And when a mine is not located in the wilderness, it's not located in the buffer, it's located in a Forest Service holding, which by nature, which by law is multiple use. And mining is an appropriate use in it. So, Mr. Speaker, on the basis of this, we're facing a crisis in our country because foreign adversaries hold our critical minerals, which are critical to everything we do in medical, in our military. Secondly, follow the science and not the hype. I understand political gerrymandering and fundraising and showing pictures of wonderful canoes going across and, oh, we're going to mine right in the middle of wilderness area. But that's not the case. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask and I urge my colleagues to support this. It's a good mine, it's a good project. And by the way, it doesn't improve anything. You still got to go through the process. So approving this act today, you're not going to start the mine tomorrow. They still have to go through the process. And it is about process, and that's what makes decisions good or bad, is go through the process. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I appreciate that the gentleman from Montana is suddenly so forthcoming about all of the analysis that's gone into this particular mining project, because that wasn't always the case. When he was secretary, we asked to see that analysis, and what we got back was page after page of redaction. We got zero information. So I appreciate the newfound candor from the gentleman, but I have to question his scientific credentials when he assures us that this will be the first ever copper mine of its kind to have no toxic pollution, even though 100% of mines using this particular method have leached toxic pollution. Somehow we're told this will be the first one to not do that because of all the extra scrutiny it has received. Well, this series of black pages tells you a lot about the transparency and the scrutiny we've come to expect from the folks across the aisle. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota at this time. 3 minutes, please.
Woman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in strong opposition to House Joint Resolution 140. This resolution would permanently allow copper sulfide mining in the watershed of the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. Copper sulfide mining is the most toxic industry in America, and it is particularly ill-suited to water-rich environments because it acidifies the water and leaches heavy metals like arsenic, lead, and mercury into that water, which is part of the reason it has never been done in Minnesota before. Remember, we are the land of 10,000 lakes. Minnesotans do not want a toxic mine on the watershed of the Boundary Waters. In fact, 70% of Minnesotans want permanent protection for the Boundary Waters, our state's crown jewel. Antofagasta, owned by a Chilean billionaire who's a crony of President Trump's, is the foreign mining company that wants to extract minerals from this watery wilderness. They have contracts set up to send the copper they extract to China for processing, and from there it will be sold on the open market, allowing a Chilean mining company to extract copper from our public lands, destroy the boundary waters, and send minerals to benefit billionaire owners, and China will not protect our national security. Some sacred places should be off limits from this kind of mining, and the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness is clearly one of those places. Remember, too, that 22,000 outdoor recreation jobs and the $13.5 billion outdoor recreation economy in Minnesota will all be in serious jeopardy if this resolution passes. The Boundary Waters is a national treasure, the most visited wilderness area in the United States. There is no place like it on earth, and once it is destroyed, it will be gone forever. Like many Minnesotans and people around the country and the world, my husband and I have paddled and camped with our kids in the Boundary Waters every year since they were small. We share magical and life-changing memories from our adventures there that we all cherish. Preserving this wilderness for future generations should be our goal, not its destruction. This resolution is an existential threat to our beloved Boundary Waters. I implore my colleagues to reject this resolution. You have the opportunity to stand up for public lands and the Boundary Waters and prevent the inevitable water, air, noise, light, and land pollution that will destroy this unique wilderness. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, I can't emphasize this enough. There's not going to be any mining in the Boundary Waters Canoe Area. There's not going to be any mining in the boundary area around the Boundary Waters Canoe Area. If there is ever a project approved, it would be in the land set aside by Congress in the Superior National Forest for mining and timber harvesting. And with that, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, it won't surprise you that the representative from that area supports this resolution, right? My colleagues and friends across the aisle, even from my great state of Minnesota, mention mining in the boundary waters. Mr. Speaker, for the umpteenth time, there will be no mining in the boundary waters, and there will be no mining in the buffer zones around the boundary waters. Mr. Speaker, that was settled in 1978. Then Democratic Congressman Jim Oberstar said, okay, if you're going to make the wilderness area, do not take our livelihoods away, which was timber harvesting and mining. These are good mining jobs. 2023 statistics, the average miner in the state of Minnesota makes $115,000. The seasonal tourist employee, $35,000. Unions, LIUNA, NAB2, operating engineers, the Iron Range and building and construction trades, all support this project. Good union jobs. And by the way, there's a project labor agreement. 3 million work hours, Mr. Speaker, are going to go in to any proposed mine. All union work. All my constituents in northeastern Minnesota, so we can keep our schools open, so we can keep our economy going. Oh, and by the way, every school district benefits from mining in the state of Minnesota. These acquired federal lands, through the life of any mine, proposed mine, will bring $1.8 billion, Mr. Speaker, $1.8 billion in federal royalties. And over the life of the mine, about $800 million in federal taxes. So when my colleagues across the aisle say it's not going to do anything, I just named a great portion and a benefit. And by the way, I go up to the boundary waters. I canoe there, I fish there, recreate there. We're not mining in the boundary waters. That's a falsity. That is not true. That's been misrepresented for a lot of years. You know what? In the state of Minnesota, we have a saying, it's better in our backyard. It's better in our backyard. You're not going to use child slave labor over in the Congo. 1/3 of the cobalt, the world's cobalt, comes from child slave labor, forced slave labor. We have 88% of the reserves right in that complex. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, this Congressional Review Act doesn't approve or disapprove any mining. It reverses the mining ban, the dangerous mining ban that the Biden administration put forward under Secretary Haaland, who, by the way, Mr. Zinke said she couldn't name one critical mineral in the mine, yet it's the biggest untapped copper nickel find in the world. We will not rely on China or other adversarial nations. We can do it. This can be a win-win-win. If anybody knows how to mine, it's the Minnesota miner. It's better in our backyard than China, Russia, or other adversarial nations. Minnesota's been mining for 145 years. We know how to do it. It's better, Mr. Speaker, it's better in our backyard, where our environmental and our labor standards are met or exceeded, and our state permitting is met or exceeded. I yield.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a clarification, we're well aware that the Twin Metals mine is proposed just outside of the border of the Boundary Waters Wilderness. We have been very clear on that, but it is very much within the watershed of the Boundary Waters Wilderness. In fact, it's right on the edge. It's just a couple miles upstream on a river that flows right into this area. So let's stop kidding ourselves. To try to say that it's outside the border on this map and therefore the boundary waters have nothing to worry about when this mine leaks, because it will, because every mine of this kind, 100% in the past, have leaked and have caused toxic pollution. When that happens, that pollution is going straight in to America's most popular wilderness. That is a fact. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, we've heard this song and dance over and over again. No mining. That's a big key, because my state of Arizona has taken the brunt of this. This CRA needs to be done away with, because we have to have that ability. The predecessor to the gentleman across the way, his addicts were no mining. In fact, he used the national monument disgracefully to actually bring in a tin silver mine. Yeah, that's bad. But we can have our cake and eat it too. Technology. So if you look at the boundary waters that everyone's debating about, you have Canada actually doing gold mining up here with more toxic chemicals. They've had a break? I don't think so. I'm wondering what makes a difference here. It's not in my backyard. I sit on natural resources, and we kept asking the other side, opposition, where would you like to have you been to a mine? Yes. Girl with the Guardians actually made that comment. And I said, which mine did you go to? They actually said, Resolution Copper. I said, really? How'd you like the information, the precautions you have to take going down in a pit to take 20 minutes on an elevator? Obviously, they had to rescind it because they didn't go down there. There has been problems way past, but that has been 100 years ago. We have technology, like this thing I'm holding in my hands. It'll actually take away any oil, anything that comes out. That's what our future is. But to bind us up where you don't have the future, wrong answer. This CRA needs to go back and get serious about mining. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So now we hear about a gold mine on the Canadian side of the Boundary Waters watershed that's been producing minerals without incident. I'm beginning to worry that my colleagues don't understand basic hydrology and how water flows and moves. But I'd like to begin the rebuttal here by entering into the record this article from 2017 titled "New Gold fined for 2016, discharge. May I enter that into the record by unanimous consent?
Without objection.
Thank you. So the mine was fined nearly $200,000 for discharging 19 million liters of pollution into the watershed. New Gold was fined again in 2018 after a sediment spill from a dam. And the only reason that that wasn't catastrophic for the Boundary Waters is because that mine is on the north side of the wilderness where the water flows away from the protected areas. You see, that's how it works. Water in a watershed flows downhill in whatever direction that watershed takes it. So I don't know why that basic principle seems so hard to understand, but apparently we have some hydrology problems across the aisle. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, may I inquire of how much time we have left?
Gentleman from Arkansas has 8 minutes. And California has 14. Gentleman is recognized from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I said it. Would it surprise you that the representative from the district supports the resolution? I talked about jobs in the economy. I'm going to reiterate. NAB 2, the operating engineers, Teamsters in the Iron Range building and construction trades. 3 million work hours. Average mine salary, $115,000. This is good for my constituents. As we go forward, I want to reiterate to my colleagues, this CRA does not approve any mine. The CRA simply removes the withdrawal. It reverses the dangerous withdrawal that the Biden administration put forth for purely political reasons. They stated in their reasoning it was to prevent mining. And the secretary, again, when asked, she did, quote, I didn't think there were critical minerals there, end quote, in the biggest copper nickel find in the world. She signs the PLO that removes banning in the Superior National Forest, where timber harvesting and mining are desired activities. Democrat Congressman Jim Oberstar was so far ahead of his time when the wilderness was enacted, when he said, okay, if you're going to enact the wilderness, don't take our livelihoods away. He was so far ahead of his time. And today we're fighting that fight. I'm fighting for my constituents. I'm fighting for our economy. I'm fighting for our community, our technology, our national security. It's worth it. It's deeply worth it. I yield.
Speaker, again, Mr. Stauber said it, I've said it, others have said it. This CRA simply reverses the withdrawal that the Biden administration put out, and it takes us back to Congress's original intent to allow somebody to propose to develop a project. It doesn't change any of the permitting laws. They still have to go through every permitting law. Seems to be a lot of scare tactics on what this mine that hasn't even been permitted or approved yet is going to do. But we know one thing, it will have to stand up to all the rigorous permitting requirements that the U.S. has to offer. It will also have to stand up to the labor, health, and safety requirements that we have here in the U.S., unlike many of the places around the world where these critical minerals are mined. This gives somebody a chance to develop a project to provide the things that we need here in America, to provide jobs for northern Minnesota, and to provide a stronger sense of national security, as we all saw the equipment that these critical minerals go into that Representative Zinke showed in the poster. Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we've been told time and again by our friends across the aisle that we have nothing to worry about here because this mine, even though it's proposed right next to the Boundary Waters Wilderness on a river that flows directly into the wilderness with a type of mining that has a 100% track record of leaching toxic pollution, that in spite of all that, we have all these wonderful environmental standards that will protect America's most popular wilderness. That is pretty cold comfort, Mr. Speaker, coming from lawmakers who are working overtime to gut every single one of those bedrock environmental protections. It may not be in this particular bill, but do I have to remind my colleagues that just a few weeks ago we were here on the floor debating your legislation to gut the National Environmental Policy Act. And in our markup the same week, Republicans led the charge to eviscerate the Endangered Species Act. Separately in other committees, they're going after the Clean Water Act. Every one of these safeguards that we are told will be a backstop against anything going wrong in the boundary waters is under unprecedented attack from the same folks who are pushing this legislation right now. So don't be fooled that everything will be fine because of our environmental laws and standards. Those are under an unprecedented attack. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I strongly oppose this resolution for both the extreme danger that it poses to the boundary waters and the outrageous abuse of the Congressional Review Act that it represents. As you've heard today, the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness is an American treasure with a strong, nonpartisan history of protection dating back to 1909 through treaties with Canada and to 1964 with the Wilderness Act, which passed with overwhelming bipartisan support back when we had great conservation champions in both parties. Americans from across the country who have experienced the serenity of this wilderness know exactly what's at stake. Passing this resolution would pave the way for toxic mining that would, without a doubt, cause permanent and irreparable harm, mining that wouldn't even benefit the U.S. economy. This move is deeply unpopular in Minnesota and does not put American critical mineral security first. This material will go to China. It would also have far-reaching consequences for the future of public lands management, making beloved protected lands across the country vulnerable to exploitation with very little oversight. At the end of the day, some places really are worth protecting, and this is one of those places. I urge my colleagues to vote no on HJ Res 140, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit a coalition letter for over 140 organizations in support of HJ Res 140. These groups include the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, the Minnesota Power, Minnesota Mining, or Mining Minnesota, the Minnesota State Building and Construction and Trades Council, the Eli Public School District, Jobs for Minnesotans, Laborers International Union of North America, and more. The letter states, and I quote, "Disapproving the withdrawal in Minnesota will undo an unnecessary and damaging action. It will also correct a course in which industries seeking to generate jobs and revenue for generations to come were simply no longer allowed to propose mining projects in the area and forbidden to go through the law and science-based environmental review process," end quote. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'll just say I actually have taken hydrology courses. I'm a professional engineer, and it's been a long time ago, but I remember something very distinct from those hydrology and hydraulic engineering courses, and that is that water flows downhill. If it doesn't, you can get a pump. That's an engineering joke, but probably not very funny. The thing about these mines in Minnesota is they're below-grade mines. They're not pit mines. They're actually digging tunnels down into the earth to pull this ore out, to take it to the top, to refine it. And if there are tailings, these tailings will be placed in a secure area where there's no way they can be leached back into the watershed. So don't let the scare tactics influence the way you vote on this legislation. because the inputs we need to sustain our fast-growing electricity grid are right under our feet. We should be leading the world in technological innovation and AI infrastructure. The only reason we are mired in mineral dependence today and not enjoying or sharing the benefits of American mineral dominance is because of outdated and misguided policies like the one we're overturning today. The resolution before us would correct these policies by reopening mineral-rich land to exploration and reducing our reliance on China for minerals. I thank the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, for his leadership on the issue. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1009, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Public Land Order Number 7917 for withdrawal of federal lands, Cook, Lake, and St. Louis counties, Minnesota.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Pardon me? Yeah, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to consider is laid on the table.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are now ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to recommit H.R. 6945, passage of H.R. 6945 if ordered, and passage of House Joint Resolution 140. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 6945, offered by the gentlewoman from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 6945, offered by Ms. Moore of Wisconsin.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 209 and the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members record their votes by electronic. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 209. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.J. Res. 140, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 140, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Public Land Order Number 7917 for withdrawal of federal lands, Cook Lake, and St. Louis counties, Minnesota.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214 and the nays are 208. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members are reminded to take their conversations off the floor. The House will be in order. For what purpose what is the gentleman from Florida seeking recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the House still isn't in order.
The House will be in order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order at any time to consider H-Con Res 68 in the House, if called up by the chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or his designee, that the concurrent resolution be considered as read, and that the previous question be considered as ordered on the concurrent resolution to adoption without intervening motion, except for 1 hour of debate equally divided among and controlled by Representative Mast of Florida, Representative Meeks of New York, and Representative McGovern of Massachusetts, or their respective designees.
Without objection. For what purposes does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered the first sponsor of H.R. 4327, a bill originally introduced by Representative Green of Georgia for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to welcome Jared Anderson and the Friends of Club 21 Choir here to Washington, D.C. The choir, composed of talented individuals living with Down syndrome and who are based in Colorado's 5th Congressional District, will be performing the national anthem to launch the March for Life rally this Friday. Club 21, which came and visited me just a couple of months ago here in Washington, D.C., and it's really one of the highlights of my time as being a member of Congress. They've uplifted the Pikes Peak community onto the national platform, amplifying and empowering these brilliant performers through the arts and education. I thank them for dedicating their time, their energy, and their passion in advocating for every human life. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you join me in giving a warm welcome to the Friends of Club 21 Choir, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker,
After Monday's college football national championship, I rise to express my concern about the trend of private equity firms attempting to buy up college sports. These deals will be bad for athletes, students, and fans. We've seen this play before. Media corporations' pursuit of college football and basketball viewers created nonsensical conference realignment that destroyed the regional nature of college sports. For generations, the Big Ten was known as the Midwestern Conference. In recent decades, that identity has slowly been eroded as coastal schools were admitted in the name of more revenue and higher profits. Now private equity is looking to buy college sports revenue streams. If these deals are normalized, it's only a matter of time before private investors demand control over our university athletic departments. This creates the risk of further conference realignment, cutting non-revenue sports, and expanding for-profit influence over universities. This is why I've sent a letter with my Republican colleagues to the NCAA, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute. If you'd please take your conversations off the floor, it would be much appreciated. With that, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today remembering the life and legacy of a dear lady, Natalie Haslam, who passed away on January 16th. Ms. Haslam set the true example for what it means to be a volunteer. She spent her life giving back to our community and the people that are in it, and of course to our great University of Tennessee. Born in 1931, Natalie was raised in Knoxville and graduated from UT in 1953. In 1954, she married Big Jim Haslam, the owner and founder of Pilot Oil Company. She's known for her leadership and philanthropy, and Natalie became the first woman to serve as the chair of the East Tennessee Foundation Board in 1987. I always remember Ms. Haslam when my dad died. I was at the mortuary. We were actually with my mama and picking out my dad's casket. And Big Jim and Natalie called me and just told me that everything was going to be all right, and if I needed anything, that just to call. And I also always remember it when me and Mr. Haslam would be at events together, she would always shush us and then just give us a smile. But while serving the Knoxville community, her commitments to the University of Tennessee remained unmatched. Natalie and Jim, through the Haslam Family Foundation, donated $32 million to UT, with $10 million going towards the Natalie L. Haslam Music Center. And it is, if not one of the finest music centers, not just in the state of Tennessee or the country, but the world, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. Natalie is survived by her husband, Jim, 3 granddaughters, 3 stepchildren, 6 grandchildren, and 7 great-great-grandchildren. She was a true humanitarian, and she will always be remembered as someone in East Tennessee who gave back to the place she lived and loved. And I just always remember her as a very classy lady. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition? Gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition.
Speaker, I rise to ask unanimous consent to give 1 minute speech and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize and congratulate my constituent, Isabel Levito, who officially qualified for the U.S. Olympic figure skating team, where she will represent Team USA at the 2026 Winter Olympics in Milan, Italy next month. Isabel grew up in South Jersey, training for years at the Igloo Ice Center in Mount Laurel. Long before the spotlight, she was on the ice before sunrise, balancing schoolwork, family time, and relentless practice with remarkable discipline and grace. This month, Isabel achieved a lifelong dream. After earning a bronze medal at the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in St. Louis, she officially qualified for the Team USA and will represent our country at the 2026 Winter Olympics in Milan, Italy. Isabel remains and joins experts who are already calling for the strongest women's Olympic skating team in decades, and she stands proudly among the best. We're incredibly proud of her, and on behalf of South Jersey, we wish Isabel Levito the very best as she skates for the gold and for Team USA. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of January as National Blood Donor Month. Each winter, blood centers across the nation experience reduced donor turnout while the need for blood remains constant. In the United States, someone requires a blood transfusion every 2 seconds to treat patients facing trauma, surgeries, childbirth complications, cancer, chronic conditions, and so much more. Yet our blood supply remains critically low. Because of the urgent and ongoing need for blood donations, I recently introduced H.R. 5791, the Boosting Life-Saving Operations Opening Donation Centers Act, or Blood Centers Act, alongside my Democrat colleague, Congresswoman Schreier. This common-sense bipartisan legislation would streamline the bureaucratic burdens of opening a new blood center while still ensuring oversight and safety in the donation facilities and of the blood that they collect. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the Blood Centers Act so we can expedite the ability of blood centers to open new locations and collect life-saving blood for those who need it. Most importantly, I also want to encourage everyone listening today to consider taking the time to donate blood if you are able to. First-time donors are always welcome, and every donation has the power to save a life. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I visited Perkins High School in Sandusky, Ohio. My role? To celebrate excellence in STEM education. This year, Kia Preston won the 9th Congressional District App Challenge for a project entitled Light Teachings. Kia's interactive app helps users understand fundamentals of ray tracing, a computer graphics technique that simulates how light interacts with objects to create realistic images in video platforms. Kia's app will be honored here in our nation's capital later this year. I also paid tribute to the school's robotics club that has partnered with NASA. They were the only high school in the United States of America selected alongside other higher educational institutions like MIT. Bravo, Perkins. After 4 school years building a satellite named Forest Perminio, which is Latin for outreach, it was launched to the International Space Station back in September. Thanks to computer science teacher Mike Leffler and robotics club advisor John Stout for lighting the way for these bright young minds who are going to lead America into the future and beyond. I am just so proud of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Leonard Conklin, a devoted son of Stony Point who lived a life defined by service, tradition, and deep community roots. Leonard was a lifelong resident, living in the very home his great-grandfather built on Gate Hill Road. Leonard was known as the last hay baler of Rockland County. Leonard proudly served our nation during the Vietnam War as a Navy Seabee, his dream position. And in 2024, he was honored on the Hudson Valley Honor Flight Mission 34 in Washington, D.C. His commitment to hard work and service continued at home, where he spent 31 years at Algonquin Gas before retiring from the Stony Point sewer plant. Whether sharing stories of his time in service, his love of the Catskill Mountains, his passion for trout fishing and hunting, or doting on the love of his life, Nora, his presence made a difference in the lives of everyone he met. I extend my deepest condolences to his siblings, stepdaughters, grandchildren, and the countless friends who knew him. May God bless his memory.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of a former New Jersey governor and longtime state senator, Richard Cody. known to all of us as Dick Cody, a public service servant whose 50 years of public service remained unmatched in our state's rich history. Dick Cody believed deeply in service, and he practiced it with heart. Dick was a champion for people living with mental illness long before it was widely acknowledged or understood. And he was willing to go further than most, even going undercover in a psychiatric hospital to ensure dignity for those of us too often forgotten. As governor, he brought steadiness and integrity during a difficult moment for New Jersey in return, earning extraordinary trust from the public. But what defined Dick for me was his common touch. He returned constituents' calls himself. He conversed in diner booths late at night. He coached youth basketball. He never stopped being the same person, no matter the title he held. I had the privilege of serving with Dick Cody in Trenton and of calling him my friend. He cared so deeply about the people he represented and the institution that he served. New Jersey is better because of Dick Cody's life and work. He will be deeply missed by all who knew him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the epidemic of waste, fraud, and abuse that is ripping off taxpayers with impunity. Too often, Congress forgets that every dollar of government money collected comes from an American who worked hard for it. That is why waste, fraud, and abuse are not abstract problems. They are real problems that hurt real people. When government programs pay twice for the same service, fund projects that never get built, or lose track of billions, taxpayers suffer and confidence in government weakens. We need to honor hardworking families by pursuing the bad actors with vengeance. Stewardship is our sacred responsibility. We just found out about a case in my own district where an individual was collecting her dead mother's Social Security checks for 3 years. Her blatant fraud was finally discovered, and she was sentenced in order to repay $25,000 in restitution. But this case is not isolated. The Government Accountability Office estimates that the federal government loses up to $521 billion a year to fraud every single year. The American people expect honesty, fiscal discipline, and respect for their sacrifice. I'm proud of the Republican conference for doing just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today students return to class at Brown University to start a new semester after the mass shooting in December that took the lives of Ella Cook and Mohammed Aziz Umerzakov and injured 9 other students. My thoughts remain with the victims, their loved ones, and our whole community during what I'm sure has been a difficult few days. For the Brown students who return to campus this week, I want them to know we have your back and we are all thinking of you. And if you or someone you know is struggling, reach out for help. As Brown, Providence, and Rhode Island continue to heal, I join countless others in making sure our community, our city, and our state have all the support we need to recover. We're on a long journey, but I know we're on it together. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks. Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Seth Neesmith, the registered nurse at Atrium Health Navient, who has been named one of the 2025 Physician Hero Award recipients by the Georgia Hospital Association. This award recognizes the top 3 hospital employees or volunteers from GHA member hospitals who dedicate their time to improving both their organization and the world around them. Mr. Neesmith has impressively received the registered nurse degree, Bachelor of Science in Nursing, Stroke Certified Registered Nurse credential, and Critical Care Registered Nurse certifications. Mr. Neesmith was also awarded last year's Atrium Health Navicent's Daisy Award for noticing a vehicle stuck deep in a ditch, pulling the victim out, and providing immediate further care. Mr. Neesmith's leadership is vital for shaping the next generation of healthcare professionals who will go on to serve communities across Georgia. This recognition speaks to his extensive skills and expertise in nursing. We appreciate Mr. Neesmith's commitment to hard work, to compassion for everyone around him, and going above and beyond for his patients. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my constituent, Ashlyn Gwynn, who was recently involved in a near-death car accident. Ashlyn was recruited to play soccer at Cal State Fullerton. This past September, on her way to another sporting event, she and her teammate Lauren were struck by a truck. Both were transported to the hospital, but Lauren tragically passed away after 6 weeks of intensive care. Her family's words, Lauren fell asleep in the Lord. Lauren's legacy of goodness and positivity will always be remembered. And after Ashlyn stabilized, doctors let her family know that there was a strong possibility that she may never regain consciousness. If she ever were to, it was possible that she would never walk or talk again. Thankfully, Ashlyn has made significant signs of improvement. She was transferred to a step-down rehabilitation unit, and through the generosity of a close friend of her father, she's been transported back to Utah, where continues to receive physical and speech therapy and in close care from her parents. I don't know Ashlyn, but I know her parents. And Matt and Shelley Gwynn are the best people I've ever known, and I'm so fortunate to have gotten to know them in this role. He is a police chief back home as well as a state legislator, and giving her the best possible chance of success. We wish you the best, Ashlyn. Thank you.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to be joined by my colleagues in this conference special order. To start us off, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Burgess Owens.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, America is back, and so is common sense. This last year has reminded us of what's possible when America has a competent and respected leader who understands the unique role that our great nation should fill on the world stage. I'm grateful to have President Donald J. Trump back in the White House with the strength and vision needed to be the leader in a free world. One of the things I've admired most about the president is he's the same man behind the closed doors as he is in front of the camera. Whether you like him or not, you know what he stands for exactly, and he will act on that. It's the type of leadership that has delivered real results for the American people. We've seen real results on our southern border as illegal crossings and the flow of illicit drugs have dropped significantly. Families are feeling real relief at the gas pump, in the grocery store, as their wages are going up and their opportunities are increasing. In our schools and military, the emphasis once again on merit instead of discriminatory DEI standards. In America, success should be earned and not engineered by woke bureaucrats. It's called common sense. Every day of this last year, the President and House Republicans have worked to ensure that you keep more of your own money and remove the red tape so you can thrive. We are blessed to live in the greatest country in the history of mankind every single day. America's brightest days are ahead of us, and I'm grateful to have a commander-in-chief who believes in the spirit and promise of America, a leader who is working to make sure this beautiful country remains the land of freedom and opportunity for all who are willing to work hard take responsibility, and dream big. Thank you. Now yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from the greatest state in the Union, Mr. Owens. I'm biased, of course. I will now yield so much time as he may consume to a gentleman from a good state, Florida, Mr. Bean.
Mr. Moore, thank you so much. Appreciate the time. It's a new year, and with every new year, I like to reflect on where am I going? What am I doing? What do I want to accomplish this year? What did I accomplish the year before? And that's a great time to do it with America. Where are we? Where are we? It reminds me, Mr. Speaker, at the Constitutional Convention in 1787, Benjamin Franklin famously looked at the chair behind the presiding officer. It was carved with a sun. And he asked a question that still echoes throughout history. Was the sun rising or was the sun setting? In that moment, a fledgling nation hung in the balance, and even the founding fathers did not know whether liberty would prevail. For far too long, Mr. Speaker, the American people have felt the same uncertainty. Years of what many viewed as America Last policies that left families struggling, dreams deferred, and our nation asking itself, are we on the rise or decline? To answer that question, we need to look at where we've been for the last year. We need to look at the results that this president, President Trump, and where the House Republican leadership has taken this country over the last year. Together, we've accomplished real results. It starts with tax relief for American families with the Working Families Tax Cut. Mr. Speaker, do I need to remind you, it's only the largest tax cut in U.S. history. Workers can keep more of what they earn with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. And seniors, I got good news for you. With a new deduction, you're not going to pay any tax on Social Security benefits. But wait, there's more, Mr. Speaker. We've unleashed American energy, restored our independence, and brought down cost at the pump. Do you know why we don't hear why eggs cost so much anymore, Mr. Speaker? Because they don't. Thank you, President Trump. We've restored law and order and brought accountability by securing the border, supported law enforcement, strengthening the rule of law, shrinking the federal bureaucracy, cutting wasteful spending, and demanding accountability for every taxpayer dollars. We're seeing it in real time. Finally, things are happening. We've rebuilt American strength at home and abroad, revitalizing our military, advancing peace through strength, standing firm with allies and deterring adversaries. And we put veterans first by expanding access to care and ensuring the benefits that they've earned, and our country has made that promise to them. We're honoring promises, Mr. Speaker. Finally, we have brought transparency and common sense back to our institutions, dismantling DEI mandates and restoring fairness, merit, and basic common sense. We've begun to make America healthy again by examining, finally, what's in our food supply, empowering patients, expanding health savings accounts, and improving access and accountability across our healthcare system. We ran on these promises, we delivered on these promises, and Mr. Speaker, we're just getting started. Is the sun rising or setting? I can say with absolute certainty the sun is rising under the leadership of President Trump, Speaker Mike Johnson, and House Republicans. And make no mistake, more is to come. As the sun rises, we are ushering in America's golden age, a time of renewed strength, prosperity, and opportunity for every citizen and every community across this great land. The best days of our nation are still ahead, and together we will make America stronger, safer, and greater than ever before. It's once again, Mr. Speaker, morning in America. I yield back to you, Mr. Moore. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you to the gentleman from Florida, and I feel ready to go out for the second half now. So the sun is rising, and I wish there was a second half to play. I now will yield so much time as he may consume to the gentleman from is it a Commonwealth? It's a Commonwealth. Yep, there you go, Commonwealth of Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
Well, I thank my good friend from Utah for organizing this special order. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate a year of success, of restoring the American dream, of making America great again. 1 year ago, Mr. Speaker, President Donald Trump returned to office with a clear mandate from the American people. Secure the border, rebuild the economy, tame inflation, restore American strength, and put American workers first again. In just 1 year, he has delivered. Let's just start at the southern border. President Trump restored order by ending catch and release, reinstating proven enforcement policies, and deploying the resources necessary to defend our homeland. The results were immediate and historic. Illegal crossings collapsed to their lowest level since the 1970s. Net migration turned negative for the first time in 50 years. Fentanyl trafficking at the southern border was cut by more than half, saving American lives. And criminal cartels designated as terrorist organizations were stopped and the rule of law was reinstated. Thanks to President Trump and his administration, this country removed more than 2.6 million illegal aliens from the United States through deportations and voluntary self-departures. More than 400,000 criminal illegal aliens charged with or convicted of crimes deported. And over 2 million self-deportations by ending Biden-era release incentives and restoring credible consequences. This administration proved what Washington refused to admit for years, that border security works when the law is enforced. President Biden used to say that Congress needed to pass bipartisan legislation. No, actually, as it turns out, Mr. Speaker, all we needed was a president with the backbone to secure our border, and that president is Donald Trump. At the same time, President Trump rebuilt an economy that works for all of Americans. Congress passed the largest tax cut in American history, delivering relief directly to families and workers. No taxes on tips, overtime, and Social Security. But in my district, I want to share two perfect examples of why this legislation really helps people. The Made in America tax provision in the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut Bill, resulted in immediate investment, $2.5 billion investment in Harrodsburg, Kentucky, Mercer County, Kentucky, in my district, where Apple, making the iPhone, decided to move jobs out of China to Kentucky, where now, as a result of the president's leadership and this Republican Congress and the Working Families Tax Cut Bill, all the Gorilla Glass, as they call it, will be made for the iPhone and Apple Watches at the Corning plant in Harrodsburg, Kentucky. That's a $2.5 billion investment specifically because of this bill in my district. And in addition, we're known as the horse capital of the world in Lexington, Kentucky. And at the Keeneland Sales, it's a world-famous, world-class horse sale, yearling sale every September. $6.5 billion economic impact to the Commonwealth of Kentucky. We're very proud of that. But because of the restoration of 100% bonus depreciation, they set a record this past September. $531 million of yearling horses sold. That means jobs for working Kentuckians. That means more economic activity for working families in Kentucky. That means all the ancillary businesses, all the way down to the farriers and the grooms and the restaurants. All of that money gets recirculated into the central Kentucky economy. There were over 50 yearlings that were sold for over $1 million each, and the results were phenomenal, a record sale. Now, people around the country may not know about the horse industry, but that's just one industry that was benefited by restoration of full bonus depreciation.
And all the buyers at our auction, they said it was bonus depreciation that resulted in this uptick in sales and economic activity. Inflation, which crushed households under the previous administration, is falling sharply. Wages are rising, and the American people are going back to work. 2.4% is where inflation is now, near the Fed's target for price stability, down 70% from the height of Biden's inflation crisis. Lowest mortgage rates in 3 years. And this is where I really think the administration's economic record is something to behold. The largest and fastest blue-collar wage growth in 60 years. So it's not just that prices are coming down, it's that real wages, inflation-adjusted wages, are going up for the American people. And this wasn't an accident. It was a result of pro-growth policy, not just the tax cuts, but deregulation, decreasing the cost of business so those businesses could afford to retain those workers through higher wages and faster wage growth. Confidence is returning to the American economy. And President Trump has taken us from energy desperate under the previous administration to energy dominant again. He declared a national energy emergency, unleashed record oil and natural gas production, reopened millions of acres for responsible energy development, and rolled back radical regulations that were driving up costs. And President Trump in Kentucky, thank you for putting Kentucky coal miners back to work, putting Kentucky coal back in our bloodstream, and we don't have a choice anymore. Under the last 16 years, we prematurely retired 290 coal-fired power plants, while China is building 2 new coal plants a week because they're committed to winning the AI race. We took over 120 gigawatts of power offline while the energy demands of our country, because of the technologies of the future, because of digital asset innovation, because of quantum computing, and yes, because of artificial intelligence, the energy demands are skyrocketing. It is predicted and projected, Mr. Speaker, that by 2030, power demands resulting from data center construction will triple, just at a time when we have been taking all of this power supply off of our grid and out of our system. We now have a president who is reversing those disastrous choices and putting our coal miners back to work so that we can revitalize this signature industry for the Commonwealth of Kentucky and power the technologies of the future to win the race for AI dominance. President Trump ended the war on coal. He expanded coal leasing, rolled back Biden-era rules targeting coal-fired power plants, and restored common-sense permitting. Coal remains critical for grid reliability, baseload power, and national energy security, and I'm proud to fight side by side with President Trump to ensure that our miners can go back to work, our lights can stay on, and our energy stays American so that we can compete and win against China. And no surprise, gas prices fell to their lowest levels in years, lowering costs for families, farmers, and manufacturers across our country. And let's not forget about all the accomplishments on the world stage. President Trump restored American leadership and American strength. He got rid of DEI woke ideology at the Pentagon. He focused on rebuilding American military readiness and lethality and prioritizing the strength of the American military over liberal left-wing politics. The result was clear. He restored American leadership. He destroyed Iran's nuclear weapons capability, reimposed maximum pressure on rogue regimes, restored peace to our key ally in Israel, returning the hostages, dismantling and degrading the capabilities of Hamas in Gaza, working with our allies in the IDF. He dismantled the narco-terrorist dictatorship of Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, negotiated peace agreements on 4 different continents, proving that strength deters conflict and leadership produces peace. Our allies stepped up, our adversaries stepped back, and America once again led from a position of strength and confidence. The results speak for themselves. A stronger economy, lower inflation, higher wages, lower energy costs, a secure border, energy dominance, an economic resurgence, a restoration of the American dream, a restoration of common sense. No biological No biological men in the private spaces of our daughters. No biological men competing against girls in their sports. Thank goodness we have common sense in this country once again. And thank goodness we have a president who looks to the future, who wants to position the United States to be the leader, the crypto capital of the world, by signing into law the Genius Act, Mr. Speaker, that you and I worked on together, by putting into motion an AI action plan so that we can be the dominant leader in artificial intelligence, which has applications in financial services, education, medicine, pharmaceutical development, bringing on efficiencies and productivities in manufacturing. We haven't even seen all the potential. And making sure that we can deter our adversaries through the applications that AI presents for our military. Mr. Speaker, as President Trump would say, the golden age is here, and we must continue to support our president as he leads this nation forward. I'm proud to work with him to make America great again, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from the Commonwealth. It's common among members of Congress, both the House and the Senate, to be strong on policy. There are also many members that are strong communicators. It is very rare, however, to get somebody that is so good at both. And the Commonwealth of Kentucky is extremely lucky to have Andy Barr in representing that amazing state. So thank you for your shared words. And yes, we know the horses. We get it. There's horses. It's a big thing down there. Mr. Speaker, again, just want to thank my colleagues for being here to share some of their perspective as we look back on some of the significant wins that we've experienced over the course of the last year. And I wanted to just briefly share a little bit about stuff that doesn't get as much attention. As a proud father of 4 boys, we know that family is everything. Family is at the center of Utah values, and I have dedicated a lot of effort during my time in Congress to advance pro-family legislation. I've worked on legislation to permanently increase the child tax credit from $1,000 to $2,000, indexing the CTC, child tax credit, to inflation, and provide an additional $500 for families through 2028. We work to make the adoption tax credit partially refundable up to $5,000, indexed for inflation, which also begins starting last year in 2025. And one of the most unique things that we accomplished as the Invest America accounts, the Trump accounts, these investment accounts demonstrate to American youth the power of capitalism and compounding interest. There's so much more, but that last piece is going to get a kickoff here next week, where there will be $1,000 seeded to each child born into this country over the next 4 years. That individual, that child, will be able to track their investment account. Usually that a person doesn't even start until they're 30 years old. Best estimates, you graduate college, you have a little bit of you do student debt, you start a new job. You don't really start contributing to an IRA until you're 30, maybe even older. 401ks sometimes start with your first job. We are now having a whole new generation of kids that are starting to invest in their IRA at age 0. 30 extra years of potential compounding growth that will be an absolute game changer. Plus, this has incorporated an enormous amount of attention from the philanthropic space, where Michael and Susan Dell have announced over $6 billion that they're going to create to help children ages 1 through 10 in areas that aren't as economically advantaged, to help those kids take advantage of this program and also create those accounts to watch those grow over time. So it's a game changer and something we're really excited about. And on to this week, we're voting on legislation to support families and pregnant women. We just passed the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act, ensuring that young families have access to prenatal vitamins, formula, diapers, ensuring that TANF dollars can be used to support pregnancy resource centers. The Pregnant Student Rights Act provides guidance and resources to pregnant students so that no student feels forced to choose between her education and her child. And last week, I also introduced the Safe Kids Act to prevent foreign adversarial nations from abusing the American surrogacy industry to obtain U.S. citizenship for their children and traffic infants abroad. Most of the developed world has already banned international commercial surrogacy due to the trafficking risks, and this bill is a strong step in the right direction to prevent bad faith actors from taking advantage of U.S. surrogate mothers and the children they bear. I'm proud to champion legislation that directly benefits Utahns and families across the country. We have strong families, we have strong communities, and these bills reflect our dedication to supporting them. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Steve Hyatt, the recipient of Hill Air Force Base 2025 Community Wingman Award. Hill Air Force Base is one of the most important contributors to Northern Utah's economy and livelihood, employing over 23,000 military and civilian employees. Every year since 2007, they have given one individual the Community Wingman Award in recognition of their support for the base and its personnel. This gives the base an opportunity to recognize the impact that Utahns in the surrounding communities have on the success of the base. Few people have supported Hill Air Force Base more than Steve Hyatt. For nearly a decade, he served the city of Kaysville, Utah, as a city councilman and a mayor. This is an adjacent community to Hill Air Force Base. During this time, he ensured that the community fostered a strong relationship with the base. After serving in elected office, Steve remained highly integrated in the Hill community by serving as the vice president of the Utah Defense Alliance and as Air Combat Command civic leader and 3 terms as honorary commander. In each of these positions, Steve worked directly with service members and leadership stationed at Hill to better understand and assist their mission. His work has ensured that Hill will continue to be a successful and important contributor to our national defense for years to come. I'm proud to recognize Steve's strong example of service, and my congratulations for this well-earned award. I thank him for his support of Hill Air Force Base and his many contributions to our state as a councilman, mayor, and community member. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks 16 years since the Supreme Court's disastrous decision in Citizens United. The decision overturned critically important limits on political spending by corporations and billionaires. And we said it at the time, and it has come true. The decision has unleashed unprecedented spending by dark money groups on our elections. And now campaigns are often defined not by candidates' record or their ideas, but rather by their access to dark money. The wealthiest individuals and corporations can now help skew elections single-handedly by giving millions to their preferred candidate. They can block progress that they don't want to see. In fact, the world's richest man spent more than $250 million to help President Trump get elected in 2024. And let's talk about that 2024 cycle. Super PAC spent $4.5 billion. That's up from $2.3 billion in 2022, almost double in 2 years. And that's more money than the GDP of Greenland. And in the 2024 presidential election, the biggest super PACs supporting majority party nominees raked in $865 million from donors who contributed $5 million or more alone. And each year, our elections are increasingly defined not by big spenders, by the biggest spenders. Between 2010 and 2024, the percentage of federal election spending by the top 100 individual donors has jumped from 2% to almost 15%. That's 8 times as much. This has resulted in Americans losing faith in the integrity of our elections and the integrity of our democracy, because our democracy is predicated on the idea that every voice matters, regardless of how much money you have. And when the wealthy few can drown out the many, we lose sight of who we are supposed to serve. Policymaking gets overshadowed by these special interests. But after Citizens United, too often it is small groups of corporations and billionaires tipping the scales based on who serves their business interests. This can and must end. The American people have a voice, and if the majority support a candidate or a reform, that should win the day alone. We must limit super PACs, dark money, and excessive campaign spending, and we must restore trust in the political process. We must restore democracy to the way our founders intended, centered around equal access to government. And we must overturn Citizens United. We have that power. I thank you to my colleagues for joining me today and Assistant Leader Nagus for organizing today. I look forward to hearing from my many colleagues in the next hour about how we can tackle this important issue. And so now I yield to the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Grijalva, for as much time as she may consume.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Subramanian. I rise today to speak about the single greatest force that continues to distort our democracy, the role of money in our politics. 16 years ago today, the Supreme Court's Citizens United decision opened the floodgates to unlimited corporate and billionaire spending in our elections, drowning out the voices of working people. The decision overturned a long-standing precedent that rooted on independent political spending by corporations and billionaires. The conservative majority embraced the idea that spending money on elections equals speech, that corporations are entitled to the same speech rights as people, giving carte blanche to corporations and billionaires to spend unlimited money. When money is allowed to dominate, it blocks progress on everything else. Private prison and immigrant detention contractors spend millions to influence elections and policy, all while people die in their facilities. 3 people have died in just the last 6 weeks at a privately run tent camp in El Paso. Fossil fuel and mining companies pour enormous sums into elections to block climate action, while communities like mine in Arizona face record heat, drought, and wildfires, and continue to deal with the devastating impact to our water and land and environment. The gun lobby spends millions to stop life-saving reforms, while my friend and Congresswoman Gabby Giffords continues fighting for common sense gun laws so that tragedies like that massive shooting in Tucson never happen again. Nowhere is this corruption more visible than in the White House, where policy decisions are increasingly shaped by the interest of wealthy donors and corporate insiders. Literally, it feels like there is a sign in front of the White House saying, "For sale, justice for sale." We should be clear, Congress doesn't have to wait to act. We can ban members of Congress from holding and trading stock. We can pass transparency laws like the Disclose Act. Ultimately, we need to pass constitutional amendment reversing Citizens United. This is a choice between democracy that serves donors or one that serves people. The choice couldn't be clearer. 16 years after Citizens United, we need to shift the power back to everyday Americans and away from those who can write the biggest checks. It's past time we reverse course on Citizens United. It's time to act and end Citizens United. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there are a lot of reforms people have proposed to overturn the damage done by Citizens United. I introduced legislation yesterday, the Campaign and Election Accountability Act, and one of the things that Citizens United did was make it easier for foreign nationals to funnel money into the U.S. elections. And now the Federal Election Campaign Act currently prohibits foreign nationals from contributing to U.S. elections and political campaigns. However, it does not prohibit Americans from assisting foreign nationals from seeking to do so. We don't know if they are wanting to donate for nefarious reasons or if they just like a candidate, but we must ensure that our elections are free and fair from foreign influence. It is a small tweak, but my bill will prohibit Americans from assisting foreign nationals who want to contribute to U.S. elections. And this way, we can all have faith that only Americans are contributing to our campaigns. And for now, this is a step in the right direction as we all work towards the larger goal of overturning Citizens United. And I hear from a lot of constituents about what is the disconnect between Washington's policies and what's happening for everyday Americans? Because Americans are living through one of the worst costs of living crises in modern history. Working families are struggling with rising expenses like healthcare and housing and utilities and groceries, and yet they have representation that seems to reflect the very wealthiest. We just passed a tax cut for the very wealthiest Americans this last summer, and people don't understand why. But if you look back at what happened with Citizens United, you realize that that influence on our campaigns and elections is why you end up with policies like that. And so this is why we have to make sure that we overturn Citizens United. And so I'm going to yield for as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Speaker, thank you for enabling us to have this opportunity to speak on the floor today. I want to thank my colleague from Virginia. He is new to the Congress, but he has already made an outsized impact during the course of his 13 months of service in this august body, taking on corruption. And I am deeply grateful to him for his efforts in that regard, not just with respect to overturning Citizens United, but tackling the corruption that has become so pervasive here in Washington, D.C. Mr. Speaker, I stand on the floor of the People's House to deliver what I believe to be an urgent message. The time to confront political corruption and clean up government is now. 16 years ago, to this very day, the Supreme Court issued its ruling in Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission. As you know, Mr. Speaker, that decision overturned long-standing precedent and limits on political spending by special interests. The decision created a dark money system where money speaks louder than everyday Americans. It has shifted power and influence away from everyday Americans, from the folks in our communities that we are privileged to serve, to instead these shadowy special interests that flood your television screen every evening. In my view, Citizens United undermined what it means to be a country of the people, by the people, and for the people, and above all, accountable to the people. And unfortunately, for far too long, this chamber has failed to do what needs to be done to renew the faith of the American people in our democracy. We cannot accept that. We have to do something about it. As you know, Mr. Speaker, earlier this year I introduced legislation in the form of a proposed amendment to the United States Constitution that would revoke Citizens United. It would ensure transparency through our campaign finance reform and prevent unrestrained spending and dark money in our elections. Put bluntly, it would put the power back in the hands of the American people. And I want to thank my Democratic colleagues, 73 of them, who've already co-sponsored this legislation, who are joining us tonight to be part of this effort, this clarion call, supporting the restoration of integrity, of transparency to Washington. Together, I honestly believe, with enough reformers, we can change the Congress. We can ban stock trading by members of Congress. We can end dark money in our politics. We can overturn Citizens United. We just have to have the political will to do it. I thank the gentleman from Virginia for having that will, and all of my colleagues who joined us on the floor this evening. and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentlewoman from Hawaii for as much time as she may consume, Ms. Takuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the 15th anniversary of Citizens United. This decision did not rewrite campaign finance law. It sold our democracy to the highest bidder. Before Citizens United, elections were about persuading voters. After it, they became about courting billionaires. As of 2025, there are 2,502 super PACs. For the 2024 election, they've taken in over $5 billion, much of it dark money, much of it undisclosed, and much of it designed to drown out the voices of everyday Americans. Let's be clear. This isn't free speech. This is legalized corruption. Super PACs were supposedly independent, but in reality, they've become shadow campaigns, circumventing coordination laws, allowing unlimited, often anonymous contributions, and turning elections into auctions. And what does that buy you? For a bargain price of $300 million, Elon Musk bought a gilded seat inside the federal government and walked away with billions in contracts from the very agencies he later doged. It's a parasitic, paid-to-play system disguised as innovation. Meanwhile, teachers, nurses, construction workers, police officers pay higher effective tax rates than private equity executives. Families struggle with housing costs, health care, child care, while Congress stalls, paralyzed by fear of angering the super PACs that bankroll campaigns. That fear is the point. Dark money doesn't just influence policy, it changes behavior. It makes members of Congress think twice before doing the right thing because they know one vote could trigger a massive smear campaign. The losers aren't Democrats or Republicans. The losers in all of this are the American people, across parties, across states, whose voices are being drowned out. 15 years later, the verdict is in. Citizens United has sold out our democracy and all Americans across the country. It's past time to end the era where billionaires buy access, buy silence, and buy power. Congress must act, close the coordination loopholes, rein in the super PACs, and restore the simplest idea that in America, people, not money, govern. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. A lot of great points there. I now yield to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fauci.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today marks 16 years since the Supreme Court handed down its disastrous Citizens United decision, a ruling that opened the floodgates to unlimited corporate money in our elections and fundamentally distorted our democracy. By discarding decades of precedent, the Supreme Court declared that unlimited spending in elections poses no threat to our democratic system and that corporations are entitled to the same political rights as the people whose lives are governed by the outcomes of those decisions. What emerged from this transfer of power was an election system that no longer depends primarily on voters, but rather on outside entities whose sole purpose is to spend unlimited money, often without public accountability, to influence who holds power and how that power is used. Since Citizens United, we have watched a parallel political system take shape, one dominated by super PACs and dark money organizations that can raise and spend unlimited sums and operate with fewer rules, less transparency, and the ability to determine election outcomes long before voters cast a ballot. A small number of wealthy donors now wield influence far out of proportion to the voters they seek to affect. This concentration of power has consequences for how this institution functions. When unlimited outside spending can be deployed against a single vote, it shapes the decisions lawmakers can take. It narrows the range of feasibility policy. It rewards delay and protects entrenched interests, often at the expense of the public's priorities. Meanwhile, Americans face one of the most pressing affordability crises in decades. Healthcare, housing, childcare, energy, and grocery costs are all rising, yet policies that could provide immediate relief are repeatedly stalled. At the same time, industries that benefit from higher costs or weaker enforcement continue to earn record profits and protect their advantage with unlimited political spending. And although Citizens United did not create these problems, it enabled them to persist and grow. While the long-term goal must be to overturn Citizens United through a constitutional amendment, Congress has the power and the responsibility to act immediately to limit its damage. The American people deserve a government that answers to them. 16 years of Citizens United is long enough. We must restore accountability, strengthen transparency, and defend the voice of every voter. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. A lot of great points. And the concentration of political power has often led to the concentration of wealth in this country. And so now I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier, for as much time as he may consume.
First, I want to thank the gentleman from Virginia for giving me this opportunity, but also for your leadership. This is such an important discussion for Americans, and I think most Americans don't realize what a deliberate effort this was for years to take away their power and place it in the hands of the wealthiest and unfortunately the most obscenely greedy people in this country who think only they have the wisdom to govern. The opportunity to highlight how Citizens United has impacted not just the political landscape and indeed this room, but also our nation, our culture, and certainly our economy. With the floodgates opened by the Supreme Court in 2010, corporations and billionaires can now make unlimited independent expenditures. As a result, the wealthy few have even more outsized influence on our politics. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the 2017 Trump tax cuts overwhelmingly favored the rich. The lowest 20% of earners got an average tax break of only $70, while the top 1% of earners received over $61,000 in tax breaks, and the top 0.1% saw over $250,000 of tax breaks. This is on top of the situation where we have the largest concentration of wealth in the history of this country, making it more obscenely unfair. Those same tax cuts toward the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%, while a bipartisan policy center projected that this will increase the federal deficit by almost $1 trillion by fiscal year 2027. Unsurprisingly, during the same period, billionaire spending on presidential elections has skyrocketed, increasing from a total of $16 million before Citizens United was passed to over $2.6 billion in the years since Citizens United. What naive person would think that these people who contributed these obscene amounts of money did it for altruistic purposes? No, they did it for themselves. And this obscene greed, how much do they need? When billionaires and corporations are able to spend unlimited amounts to influence the results of our elections, our elected officials are, in turn, unfortunately, more likely to respond by passing legislation that benefits corporations and the richest Americans while making life more expensive for middle-class Americans. If you're surprised about affordability, Mr. President, this is how real Americans have to live because of your policies and the people who preceded you. Our nation and the world are experiencing record levels of income inequality, and the impacts of Citizens United and other handouts to the obscenely rich and the powerful are only making it worse. It's past time that we change course and correct what has created this inequality. Compare it to the years of another Republican president, Dwight David Eisenhower, when we had the largest middle class in the country, in the world, in our history. And ironically, President Eisenhower said about working people, the labor movement, only a fool, this is President Eisenhower, would come between an American worker and their ability to organize for other workers. American voters deserve representatives who will bring about positive change, not just cater to the interests of these obscenely wealthy donors and mega corporations. I'm glad to be here today, and again, thank my colleague for doing this. In my belief that America is about representing all of us, ordinary people as well as wealthy people. After all, are we a country of, by, and for Americans, or of, by, and for the obscenely wealthy? Thank you, sir. Thank you for doing this. I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman, for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I believe that the greatest issue that we face in this country is the extreme concentration of wealth and power at the very top. It is unprecedented and dangerous. At the end of 2024, the 65 million Americans with the least amount of wealth had about $4 trillion in wealth combined. The 905 billionaires at the end of 2024 had nearly $8 trillion in wealth. So put it another way, 900 people have nearly twice as much wealth as 65 million Americans. 900 people is the size of a small high school. 65 million is almost the population of the entire Midwest. And 8 trillion is double what every American owes in student loans, car loans, credit cards, and nearly every other type of debt combined, meaning that these 905 billionaires could pay for everyone's debt in the United States and still be super rich. Now, this may have gotten worse in 2025, in large part because of the one big beautiful bill that spent trillions and trillions of dollars on tax cuts for the super wealthy at the expense of millions and millions of Americans. They cut over $1 trillion in health care. 15 million Americans are going to lose their health care to pay for tax cuts for the super wealthy. So that concentration of wealth and power got worse, probably worse in one single year, in one single vote, than any other time in American history. During my lifetime, since I was born, CEO pay has increased by over 1,000%, while worker pay has increased by 25%. On average, right now, a CEO makes more in a single day than a worker does in an entire year. The concentration of wealth and power has given a small group of super elites the ability to make all the big decisions in this country, and they've used their power and influence to further rig our economy and politics to benefit themselves at the expense of everyone else. This obviously got infinitely worse with Citizens United. And this was a multi-decade campaign that big corporations and the super wealthy paid for to get a Supreme Court that would change the law so that they could spend whatever they wanted on their politicians. Now they can spend unlimited amounts of money on elections, on campaigns, on politicians. and they don't have to report any of it. Every major issue in this country, whether it's the attacks on our democracy, the issues with our economy, healthcare, it all can be traced back to the concentration of wealth and power and Citizens United. It's why the American dream is out of touch for the vast majority of Americans by nearly every measure. Look no further than the fact that most Americans can no longer buy a home, and 1 in 4 Americans have $0 saved for retirement. This is a crisis and a moment of reckoning. All of the money is stuck at the top. And our big mission, the thing that our generation has to do, is reclaim that money, or that power and wealth back for the American people. That's the number one thing. At the end of the day, our generation has to reclaim that power and wealth on behalf of the American people. Return it to them. First thing we have to do is fix our democracy and politics, returning power back to the people. This includes banning dark money and reversing Citizens United, ending voter suppression, and eliminating partisan gerrymandering once and for all. It also includes government reforms to actually get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, and corruption of every kind. Once power is back with folks, we will be able to address once power is back with people, we will be able to address all the other major issues in our country. We will have leaders who are willing to fix our broken economy and overhaul our tax code so that hard work pays off for every American. Fixing the tax code does two things. One, it will ensure that the super wealthy and big corporations pay all their taxes just like the rest of us. And two, it will generate trillions of dollars that will be invested back in the American people. Trillions to help people with housing and healthcare and education. It will help us pay down the debt. It will fix nearly everything that is broken in this country. The country belongs to all of us, not just the super wealthy. And reversing Citizens United will allow us to fundamentally improve the lives of every American, fundamentally improve our economy. So I want to thank the gentleman for leading this work, and I appreciate you allowing me to say a few words, and I yield back.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And again, it's this cycle, the concentration of wealth, and because of Citizens United has led to the concentration of political power, leading to even more concentration of wealth. And it's just the cycle that Citizens United has created that is hurting our country and leading to record income inequality. And it's reflected in some of the policies that we've passed that have hurt everyday Americans, working Americans. And while the long-term goal is to overturn Citizens United, certainly through a constitutional amendment. That is a very difficult goal, but certainly one that we should aspire to. Congress does have the power to act immediately to curb some of its damage. We're talking about bills like the Freedom to Vote Act, the Disclose Act, the Protecting Our Democracy Act, and the Ban Corporate PACs Act. These bills will help reduce and mitigate the influence of big money and strengthen transparency around it and limit corporate power. This is a moment to draw a line between a political system that serves donors and one that serves the American people. That's what we really want in the end, is to serve the American people. And so, you just look back at the past couple of decades since Citizens United, since 2010. I mean, in 2010, that cycle, $3.6 billion in total costs of federal elections, by-election cycle. And then it goes up to $6.3 billion. And then by 2022, it's at $8.9 billion. And by 2024, it's at $15.9 billion. This past cycle was a record high. And again, all of that is because of Citizens United and because of the ability to just flood these PACs, these super PACs, and dark money super PACs with as much money as you want, with no accountability. And now there's ways to hide some of these donations as well. And so We have to do something. We have to act now. Otherwise, this is going to continue to the cycle of pain for so many Americans. And so I want to now yield to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 16 years ago, today, the Supreme Court decided in the Citizens United decision to put our democracy up for sale. Well, I'm here today to say, Mr. Speaker, democracy is not for sale, and it is time to get big money out of politics, to end Citizens United, and to hold this administration, this Congress, and this judiciary accountable. Because what we have seen is the fundamental erosion of our democratic system, and at the rotten root of it all is the influence of big money in politics. Because Citizens United opened the door for corporations and billionaires to dump untold sums of money onto our elections anonymously, calling corporations people. Mr. Speaker, corporations are not people. The American people are who we represent, not the corporations, not the billionaires, not the wealthy donors, and not the individuals who are trying to buy and sell our democracy. Now, we know that right now, corruption and the buying of elections are having a profound influence on what we are seeing in this country. We are watching as a United States president is selling out the United States out from under the American people, offering pardons for millions of dollars to his friends, letting dangerous individuals back onto the streets, individuals who have committed white-collar crimes, all for the very cheap sum of giving him a few $1 million or a few $1 billion in his cryptocurrency. Selling our secrets and our national security to foreign adversaries by allowing them to deposit sums of money into his cryptocurrency, by giving him gifts like multi-million-dollar jets, and yes, even allowing him to potentially launder money in a foreign bank account in Qatar from oil he stole using the American taxpayers' dollars and the U.S. military. Because President Trump is showing what happens when you let big money buy politics. In fact, he told Big Oil just last year that if they gave him $1 billion in campaign funds, he would deliver. Well, promises made, promises kept. Literally invading a foreign country to take their oil. Here in this chamber just a few days ago, a member of leadership on the opposite side of the aisle was discovered that her husband had been trading in stocks. While we are considering a stock trading ban right now in this House. This is corruption in action. While we have a judiciary across the street who is considering undermining the fundamental voting rights of the American people. After their wealthy donors took them on trips and involved them in this vast scheme over the last several years to fundamentally remake America, the same donors who donated to Donald Trump, who donated to our friends across the aisle, and who are also making money hand over fist on the stock market right now. This is what comes from Citizens United. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I am absolutely dedicated to fighting to make sure that we get big money out of politics, that we end Citizens United, and when we take back the House, because, Mr. Speaker, we will take back the House, I guarantee you that on day one, our top priority will be to root this corruption and this rot out of the federal government. So it's time to get big money out of politics, and I am here for the fight. I yield back.
Thank you, my colleague. this is the 16th anniversary of Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission. It was a 5-4 ruling. And this decision overturned a long-standing precedent that we had in this country, where we had clearly established limits on independent political spending by corporations and billionaires. And it was working. I mean, for many years, political spending had essentially flattened out. Sometimes it had gone down when it comes to the contributions of billionaires and the largest corporations. And we were able to have an election system where, there was a lot of money in the system, but not to where we are today, where it's completely engulfed all of our actions and all of our campaigns. And there's been so much damage caused by Citizens United. Many of my colleagues explained today. We're talking about wealthy donors now dictating election outcomes potentially with the amount of money they can flood into these elections. Americans have less information about who's influencing those campaigns and politicians. A lot of times it's very easy to hide your contributions to these PACs and super PACs. And so because of that, we see a system now where we don't even know where the money's coming from. We see the names of some of these cleverly named PACs in the disclosures, but you can have PACs hiding PACs. You can have chains of money. And that's why I felt the need to even try to address the influence of foreign money, because it's become easier than ever for a foreign entity to also infiltrate our elections. And, these reforms that we're talking about here, campaign finance reform, they have broad support from the American people across both sides of the aisle. In fact, they have felt that they cannot trust DC, they cannot trust this administration, and they can't even trust this body, Congress, because of the influence of all this money in our politics today, in our campaigns today. And the dynamics show up repeatedly in the issues that we're working on that directly affect people's lives. We're talking about our efforts to lower prescription drug costs and healthcare costs, and how we see all the money spent by some of those groups to prevent legislation that will help the American people. Talking about, my colleague from New Mexico talked about the influence of oil and gas and that money on trying to address the environment and clean air and clean water and climate change. You're talking about efforts that we're trying to make to crack down on corporate price gouging and how it's become incredibly difficult and almost an uphill battle when it comes to some price gouging efforts because of the influence of all of this money on our politics. And then you're talking about strengthening worker protections as well. We're becoming a country that is not looking out for the average worker. And we're talking about times where, workers are seeing their wages flatten and lower if you take into account inflation and the increase in income inequality as a result of it. And so people are fed up, and they understand that part of the reason why they can't trust the policies coming from Washington, D.C. is because of the influence of this money on our policymaking and elections, and it needs to stop. It needs to stop. And, unlimited outside spending gives special interests the ability to threaten lawmakers with massive advertising campaigns and well-funded challengers and relentless negative messaging. And I've been through it. I know many of our colleagues have been through it, where these super PACs come in and they change the dynamics of an election with millions and millions of dollars. And, the one bit of good news is that many of us, like me, are here still. We fought that uphill battle and we won it. But now we have to look at what's going to happen in the future. What kind of political system will our kids have to endure? Will they feel like they have a voice in our politics today? Or will they feel like they are, seeing a political system that is corrupted by all this money? And it's about which side will be able to spend the millions of dollars to win, not which side has the right policies and right things for the American people and to serve the American people. And so this is all about service. This is not about money and the influence of the most wealthy corporations and groups. And so we've outlined a lot of different ways that we can address this. Again, I go back to the Freedom to Vote Act and the Disclose Act and the Protecting Our Democracy Act and the Ban Corporate PACs Act. We can work on this right now. Even if you don't think we have the votes to overturn Citizens United, we should still try. We should still put it on the floor and put it up for a vote. But, you know, in the 16 years that we have had Citizens United go into effect, we see our airwaves and our mailboxes, our inboxes, and our digital media influenced by all this money. And one of our country's core principles is that every citizen has a vote and that every citizen has a voice, and regardless of how much money you have. And when you allow unlimited money to come into our campaign system, those individual voices are drowned out. And so a lot of people feel the despair of not having a voice in our politics today. And a lot of that is because of Citizens United. We have lost something that has made our democracy special in some ways. And, you know, I think today's, the folks that spoke up today have really made a lot of good points about how many of us feel the anger of what's going on, but we are committed. We are committed to getting this dark money out of politics. And this does not have to be a partisan issue. Never has to be. And I know there are folks on both sides of the aisle that want to do this. And, some of my colleagues talked about the corruption today in our politics and how there's this perception of corruption and there's the reality of corruption. And they're talking about what's happened in this administration as well and all the corruption that has happened in this administration. And it's disheartening to see some of the stories that we see every week about how foreign governments are influencing our policies now. And foreign leaders and foreign wealthy people and wealthy corporations can easily buy some of our policy making. That's the appearance, and that's the reality in some cases. And so that needs to stop. We need to do something about it. We need to do something now. And so, again, we are all committed to making sure that people trust our institutions and they trust our Congress. And so I want to thank my colleagues today for speaking up and being willing to take on this fight. This is not an easy fight. It's the easy thing to do. It's just to go with the flow and go along with the system that we have today. But instead, my colleagues have decided to speak up. And my colleagues have decided that they will not accept the status quo. And I know many people were not able to come today. I know we have a few more still on their way. But the reality is, my colleagues understand that the system is not good for our democracy. It's not good for our country. And it's not good for the perception of this institution or the reality of this institution. And so we have to continue to keep fighting. If we look at the cycles, the 2010 cycle, as I mentioned before, the top 100 individual donors spent 2.1% of all spending in 2010. And by 2024, it was 15%. And so if you extrapolate that, by 2038, we're going to have about half of our spending could end up being from the top 100 individual donors. That's sort of where we're headed right now, where you're going to have such a concentration of wealth. And there are countries that have that right now, today. And those democracies are not functioning democracies. Some of them don't even call themselves democracies anymore, or don't even try to consider themselves democracies, where you have the few governing the rest. And when you see some of the spending that we have today, again, the 2000 cycle had $18 million in spending. The 2004 cycle had $13 million in spending. 2008 cycle, $16 million. And so, it kind of leveled off, right? And then you look at the 2012 cycle, after Citizens United, $231 million in spending. And then the 2016 cycle, $682 million in spending. And then by the 2020 cycle, we're in the billions now, $1.2 billion. And we're at a point now where you need $1 billion to run for president at this point. I mean, the 2024 cycle was $2.6 billion. I think we're at a point now where some of our elections are the money is just outrageous. And, people want to feel trust in our institutions and our systems. But, you want to get to a place where you can do that. But what we're experiencing now is affecting our policymaking. It's affecting every single part of the way this institution runs today. And so the other thing is we at least want disclosure, right? And that's why I've talked about some of the bills that we can do right now, like the Disclose Act, because at least what we could have is more clear understandings of where the money is coming from and a better ability to follow the money so that the American people can understand who's paying for that commercial that they keep seeing on TV, right? Is it actually the PAC? Who paid for that ad? And where's the money coming from? What do they want? And then who received that money, right? It is very unclear right now to a lot of people. And so there's a lot of issues right now that we can solve even without overturning Citizens United, although overturning Citizens United is our main goal. But I think in the end, we have an opportunity and we have to just act now. We can't wait. And so I want to now yield to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, 16 years ago, the Supreme Court overturned a long-standing precedent that protected working families' voices in our democracy. By embracing this idea that corporations are entitled to the same speech rights as people, the Supreme Court opened the floodgates to unchecked corporate influence and governance and billionaire political spending. The Supreme Court effectively put a price tag on representation. They put a price tag on the seats of this chamber, and they put a price tag on our democracy. But today, I want to make sure that I am clear in the House of Representatives. Our democracy is not for sale. Our democracy is weaker when the voices of Black, brown, and middle low-income folks are drowned out by the volumes of ads $1 million can buy. Since the Citizens United decision, outside spending by super PACs and dark money groups has exploded at every single level of government. The Trump administration, Republicans in Congress are a clear example. We know that to make Trump and their billionaire bosses happy, my colleagues, they've been bought by big corporate money, will leave working people unhoused, they'll leave them foreclosed, they'll leave them detained, deported, poor, hungry, sick, uninsured, and drowning, literally and figuratively. It is why it's time we prioritize a democracy that works for working people, one where Donald, where Elon, where Jeff, and all these billionaires pay their fair share. Their money has to be out of our elections and out of the White House, and their hands out of the working people's pockets and off our services, where our rights and our freedoms mean working people have every single thing they need to thrive. We need bold legislative action if we're going to end corruption and get big money out of politics and get their corporate influence out of our communities. And that is why last year I filed the Campaign Transparency Act and the Stop the Super PAC Candidate Coordination Act and supported the Abolishing Super PACs Act. And why today, as we're here during Special Order Hour, I'm proud to announce that I will be also introducing the Lobbyist Loophole Closure Act with Reps. Mullen and Williams. The bill addresses the loopholes created by the Lobbyist Disclosure Act. The bill includes provisions to increase transparency and accountability by broadening the definition of lobbying and by also lowering the time threshold for registration. I want to close by thanking End Citizens United and its president, Tiffany Mueller, for all the work that they're doing to ensure that we get dark money out of politics and that we ensure a democracy by the people, for the people. It is time we end this, and I know that collectively we can do it. With that, I yield back to the Congressman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we'll definitely look into that bill and more solutions that we can act on right now. And while we try to overturn Citizens United, I want to thank all the speakers today. I want to thank Representative Nagoose for helping organize this, and thank my staff, including Matt Fisher, for helping get everyone together today. I'll yield back to the chair. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president and to direct their remarks to the chair. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 6, 2026, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
All right, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Shall we have some fun with math and economics? Because it's something we just don't hear a lot of here on the floor of the House. And remember, this is my therapy, because I often sit in the back of the room and stew when I hear people say things that it's obviously they didn't pull their calculator out. I'm going to try two things tonight. And so if you're actually interested in budgets and economics, have fun with me. If you're not, go watch Netflix. We're going to actually try a couple concepts. Where the money's going, and within that, the scale of our debt and deficits. And the fact of the matter is we are what's called interest fragility. That think about what happened over the last couple days of the discussions coming from the White House, from us. The bond markets actually bounced up about 30 basis points. And we were just playing on the back of napkins, the math. And if that had held for an entire year, just those 30 basis points would have been like $33 billion of additional interest. So I wanted to try to actually explain that and then actually talk about something that's really interesting. The economy from a GDP calculation standpoint, so this is just the economists looking at the vitality in the economy, is remarkably good. We're running over a 5% GDP, which if you go back and look at the economic projections, it's double what many of our smartest economists in the country thought we'd be at a year ago. But our spending, because of interest and health care, and the reality we're going to have to deal with, it's debt deficits and demographics. Once again, remember, we functionally have the same number of 18-year-olds today as we had 20 years ago, but we have double the number of 65 and up. It's just what we are. Don't get mad. It's not Republican or Democrat. It's just demographics. And understanding when our brothers and sisters move into their earned benefit years, what it costs. And the fact of the matter is, this Congress refuses to do the hard things, because in 6.5 years, the Social Security Trust Fund is empty, and you get a 24% cut in your check, and we double senior poverty. We double the number of baby boomers who will live on the street. In 6.5, 7 years, the Medicare Trust Fund is empty, and your hospital gets an 11% cut, and a bunch of the financing of things like Medicare Advantage and those actually just becomes, let's just say, difficult. So let's walk through some of this. I pulled out this chart because I haven't used it in a few months, and I'm realizing there's not enough folks, particularly the staff. Remember, I often do these because I'm talking to 1,000 televisions around the campus. So the room looks empty, but we're on televisions, and hopefully there's some staffers who are working on policy who will understand how important these numbers are. Do you see the blue portion of that chart, Mr. Speaker? That's discretionary. That's all you and I get to vote on. As members of Congress, we only vote on the discretionary portion. And this was a 2025 chart. Today, it's probably only 25%, not 26% of the total spending. Every dime of that is borrowed. The math for last year, for every dollar we took in tax receipts, We spent $1.43. We're just in the back talking to one of my joint economic economists. This year, we think it's lower, but we're still not, because we're having to make the adjustments on the student loans and those sorts of things. It could be down to 137, 140. But think about that. Last year, for every dollar it came in, we spent $1.43. So realize all this in the red is on autopilot, and a portion of it is actually on borrowed money. So if every dime of defense, if you just do the hierarchy, is borrowed, every dime of non-defense discretionary is borrowed, but that's only about $2 trillion. A wedge of the mandatory also ends up being borrowed. So we're going to actually have to walk. Oh, one other thing I want to point out on the chart. If you actually take a look at the hierarchy of spending, Social Security is number one, $1.5 trillion. Guess what's number two if you do the total interest paid? It's interest. You know, here's interest to the public who bought our bonds, whether it be your pension plan, your as an individual, another country, or the interest we have to pay back to the trust funds when we reach into the Social Security Trust Fund, the Medicare Trust Fund, the Railroad Retirement Trust Fund. Those things, we borrow the money, we owe them interest. Total interest last year was about $1.2 trillion, making interest the second biggest expenditure in this government. Medicare, number 3. Medicaid and the healthcare subsidies, number 4. Defense is actually number 5. So I always love it. I get these conversations back home often if I have a Democrat. Well, if you cut defense, and then they look at you in horror when you say, you do realize in the hierarchy of spending, defense is actually the 5th biggest expenditure in government. So, all right, something else. This one is actually good news of some of what's happening. So this is actually one of my favorite charts because it actually demonstrates here's our tax receipts as a percentage of the economy. We were basically getting about 17.1% of the economy. We have some new math right now. It says we're probably peaking over 18%, maybe even higher, of the economy coming in tax receipts. That's wonderful. Except for one really yucky thing. Our spending. Remember, when last year, when we were getting 17.1% of the economy in taxes, we functionally were spending 23.4%. And that delta is the deficit. So what happens when your tax receipts are going up as a percentage of the size of the economy and the economy is growing, but healthcare and interest are going up faster? Are we going to tell the truth about that? Look, basic factoids, and I did this last week, but I want to say it again because it doesn't seem to be sinking in. In about 36 months, half of every dime that the federal government spends, so 50% of all of our spending, will go to those 65 and up. Moody's Analytics has in 2035, so what is that, 8, 9 budget years from now, 30% of all tax receipts going just to interest. Economic paper was actually interesting. It was actually an economic paper demonstrating that Italy actually was more fiscally sound in the long term than the United States. So when you see that headline, you sit down and read it. Within there was a factoid that if you use a 6% generational discount rate, which is reasonable, it could be slightly high, a child born today, you need 104% of their lifetime earnings just to pay federal pension obligations. Social Security, Medicare, military, federal retirement. Think of that. So child born today, you need every dime they're ever going to make in their entire life plus another 4% to pay pension obligations. Does anyone see the immorality going on? But we can't talk about that because that would be hard. I believe the American people are a hell of a lot smarter than we are. They're ready for us to tell them the truth about math. But one of the first things we as the political class have to do is stop lying about math. So let's actually walk through some of this. And I'm going to blast through these because I'm trying to make a point. Also, before I go much further, if someone actually wants to bathe in the truth and math and what the future looks like and how we can fix it, go to the Joint Economic Committee Republicans. We publish some amazing things. Every day, weekday, we do a text message to a few thousand people we call the Daily Debt. And it shows you how much came in, how much we spent. We give you a 12-month window so you actually, so it fixes ups and downs. We'll also give you the fiscal year as it sits. Right now, the daily debt, I just got my text message, we're borrowing over $71,000 every second. $71,000 a second, and that's the 12-month calculation. So it makes up all the highs and lows and averages is out. But you gotta understand, this ain't a game. Because that $71,000 a second, we need to have buyers of our bonds. And we make our buyers of our bonds cranky, it gets really expensive. So this chart here is just trying to make a point of what's going on in our debt and deficits. Remember, discretionary spending, the pie chart I just showed you, the blue, is flat. It's not growing. Yes, there's waste and fraud in it. We need to eliminate that. We actually believe technology would eliminate that, except I can't believe how the bureaucracies are terrified of the technology that can find the waste and fraud. But our growth is in the mandatory spending, the promises we've made that we got to keep, but we got to figure out a way to finance. What this chart is showing you is you see the slightly darker color here. That's the primary deficit. That's actually programs that we're spending more money than we have coming in. But you see all this lighter purple? That's the interest we owe. And the point we're making, if we have a $2 trillion deficit this year, but interest is $1.2 trillion, interest now is the primary driver, and number two is healthcare costs. We just have this problem of telling the truth about healthcare costs are out of control, and in many states, government is the primary, is the majority of money spent in healthcare. All right, so let's have some fun here. I know we're all interested in bonds and how they refinance. So remember, if you have $38.5 trillion of debt out there, over 30 trillion of that is sold. That's what they call publicly held debt. About a third of that, and I was going to show the charts of all the papers and the notes and the bonds, and I realized no one cares. But about a third of that, so let's call it $10 billion, has to be refinanced this year. And much of that is coming off of lower bond prices from a couple years ago. So on average, we're picking up a point of interest, point and a half, some two. But there's your problem. The chart here I'm just trying to show you is we have to constantly be refinancing, and we're refinancing at higher interest rates because we're making the markets cranky, and we're not telling the bond markets that we're serious about taking on our debt and deficit. Mr. Speaker, have you ever heard the term bond vigilantes? Happened to the United States in the 90s, where we suddenly were making the bond markets cranky. They were starting to demand premiums, and our debt was a fraction of a fraction of a fraction what it is today. We are on the cusp of putting the bond market in charge of this country, not us. It's a really dangerous game we're playing. And one of the ways you mitigate that is you tell the bond market saying, look, we're adults, we're being serious, we understand we have a demographic, we have a healthcare spending problem, we're going to take it on. We're going to adopt technologies, we're going to adopt other ways to make our brothers and sisters healthy. We're going to telegraph to the markets, we're stable, we're America, we're the incredible investment. If you think I'm engaging in hyperbole, look at the price of gold. If the price of gold isn't telegraphing something to you, go back to your basic economics class. There's something really wrong out there. We're making markets nervous. So, it is estimated that, let's make sure this is for, yes, for this, from 2025 to 2026 fiscal years, we are going to have to borrow, this is what we call virgin borrowing, it's new issuances, about $470 billion a quarter. So that's less than $2 trillion, but it's pretty darn close. That's on top of what we have to refinance. So when you start to get a sense of what we're bringing to the bond markets, it's more than just the borrowing, it's the refinance. We're subject to the interest rates. We need to be understanding, convince the people that are loaning us money, whether it be your personal pension, your savings account, Japan, whoever's buying our debt, that we're stable, that we're adults, that we understand we got a demographic problem. But we're going to engage in adult-like technology and borrowing policy, the things to manage our debt and minimize it. Okay, this chart is substantially unreadable, but I wanted to actually just show it for the fun of it. This is one of the things we use in our economics shop, where we try to actually say, okay, here's 1 year, if it went up 0.5%, that 1 year costs $206 billion over 10. It's basically a table that says if interest rates pop up this much and it only lasts for a year or 2 years, here's what it costs us over the 10-year window. And the whole point we do this chart is to start to demonstrate so many of the things we talk about here. We're going to save $1 billion. That's a lot of money. We believe annualized we're going to borrow over $6 billion a day. First quarter of the fiscal year, we're borrowing over $8 billion a day. And the arguments here, the debates we will have here often to save money, which are wonderful. We will have borrowed more money during the debate than whatever the item being debated would have ever saved. Because how do you talk about the drivers of debt? The other thing we also have to deal with is when we get our policies wrong, when we make the bond markets nervous, when they don't see we're fixated on debt management, fiscal reality, and interest rates go up on U.S. sovereigns, they raise everything. It's more than just the money we spend here. And look, we've had months last year where we had to borrow money to pay for our borrowing. That's partially because the tax collection cycle goes up and down. But we raise your credit card, we raise your car, we raise everything. So when we screw up U.S. sovereigns, we make bond markets nervous, they go up 30 basis points. You got to understand, that just raised every cost for borrowing up and down through the economy. So it's more than just what I sit here and spout about saying, we're going to pay this much in interest. Think about what we did to the American family, to the businesses, to the small businesses, to the farmers. We somehow seem detached from the reality of the math. All right. Now let's actually talk about where some of the money's going and why we have to do such borrowing. CBO, 2025 Medicare accuracy. They actually did okay. But okay, when you're talking $1 trillion is, hey, they only missed it by like 7%. That turns out to be like $70 billion of spending. Medicare, 2025 outlays increased by $77 billion, 8%. Now that was, CBO was projecting only 51. From this scale of accounting, it's pretty accurate. But you got to understand, we're looking at an environment right now where we expect Medicare spending to double, go from $1 trillion to $2 trillion over the next 7 years. And so far, every healthcare chart I have when we are looking at what was the closing numbers for the 2025 fiscal year, they're all in excess of what we projected. So if you start to have a world where you're sitting at 7% medical inflation, even if you have tax receipts going up 3-4%, we're borrowing more money. So let's actually take another look at one of these. Major healthcare programs. We're up $150 billion over the previous year, and it still ran at the major healthcare programs came in at 9% increase from the previous years. Does anyone see a math problem? You have an economy right now, it's growing at 5%. It's amazing. But yet our spending, when you tack in the interest rates, healthcare spending, if healthcare spending is over 9%, you got a math problem. And then the argument we have from our Democrats is, but we need to subsidize more. We've turned healthcare into financial engineering instead of helping our brothers and sisters be healthier. Legalize the technology, legalize the processes. You realize so many things where you could crash the price of healthcare. This body actually keeps it legal. We're going to do a number of healthcare bills. Every single one of them is wonderful, except for one small problem. They're rounding errors. I love price transparency. I don't believe you can have functioning markets without price transparency. Every academic paper I have in my office says it's only about 0.5% of price improvement. And yet, major healthcare programs, 9% increase in spending. So you get 0.5%, and in a single year, I got 9% growth in spending. Does anyone see a mismatch? Great policy, great rhetoric, sounds great on the campaign trail, and doesn't save us. Now, for those folks who know, how do I say this nicely? I like Medicare Advantage. It's called Medicare Part C if you're geeky. The majority of our brothers and sisters on Medicare actually are Medicare Advantage. It's functionally supposed to be a managed care optionality for your health care. So you get a network, you know what your benefits are. We have a problem. We have these things called MedPAC reports. I have a stack of them on my deck. And on my desk, if you open them up, which I'm sure every member of Congress opens up these and goes through them, it will tell you Medicare Advantage right now is costing 120% of fee-for-service. Medicare Advantage, which came into effect in 2005, is supposed to come at 95% of fee-for-service. That's a 25% delta. We've been looking at charts and data and trying to say, hey, we want to protect Medicare Advantage. That's what seniors have chosen. They like it. Can we actually get rid of the risk scoring and some of the games being played in the star ratings where they're milking the system? Because think of that. The Medicare MedPAC reports basically say there's almost $2 trillion of misalignment and fraud over 10 years. That's actually the biggest in government. I know some people have the problems with the difference between millions and billions and trillions. Trillions really big. And now you look at this chart here. Overpayment per MA beneficiary, and this is done by the MedPAC report. So this wasn't even done by my economist. This is done by a room full of people that just specialize in Medicare Advantage. 2025, 14, actually, I think that comes out to $250 billion. But this comes also to $200 billion, I believe, of misspending. Am I reading that correctly? Yep. Yep. So when you see 114, actually $1.4 trillion, and over $200 billion is in the MedPAC report as being bad payments, misalignments, abuse, taking advantage of the system, waste and fraud. Mr. Speaker, if we're going to do a second reconciliation, I would propose one of the most moral and rational economic things we can do is let's just fix Medicare Advantage and put it back to how it's supposed to work. And I know we have armies of lobbyists in our hallways here trying to stop us. Can you imagine why? if there's a couple $100 billion in play, they're going to absolutely knife us to stop us from doing the reforms. Are we tough enough to do what's right for the American people, for the next generation? Because think of this, Mr. Speaker, I have a 3-year-old. And yes, my wife's my age. We adopted a little boy. And same birth mom as our little girl. So I have a 3-year-old. When my 3-year-old is about 23 years old, every tax in the United States has to be doubled just to maintain baseline spending. Is that moral? Is that the America? You have kids. Is this the America where always the next generation gets to prosper more? Because that is not the model now. Next generation is going to be poor. And it doesn't have to be. We're on the cusp of amazing technologies, synthetic biology, cures of diseases, things we can do that can make this another American century. You just need to tell the truth about the math and policy instead of the theatrics that go on in this place. Oh. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate for the 6 or 7 people that have been willing to listen to me. There's a way to make this work. It just turns out it's really hard. Are we ready to do hard things for the country? And then go home and try to explain it to our voters that we're doing the right thing for them. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Speaker, I move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.